The hopelessly sad story of the very soon coming end of the world.
Can you think of a better way to die?
When the last 24 hours started, the lonely dreamer isn't of course aware of the sad news yet. Waking up after a whole night spent fighting the evil online, the strange disease he felt watching the news wasn't exactly what he expected. Closing the browser after reading the announcement of the end of the world tonight, our kind hero of the story came to life, and the sound suddenly seemed to roll up from nowhere.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Colchis, Velius Goodman, that guy from somewhere, anyone else currently lurking. Today we're gonna be having a end of the world Splatfest, with the teams being, what are you gonna spend the final day doing? Same old versus bucket list versus save the day. Well, to a person like me, this world is not worth saving. And everyone else is going to try and do the same thing and cause a bottleneck. And you don't want to be around other people when it's the final moments of this doomed planet. Everyone's going to have the same idea. Human greed is going to take precedent over everything. You're going to be struggling to get even one thing accomplished, and people are just going to, you know, money is not going to matter. The earth is going to explode, but people are still going to want the most money they can make until their very moments. Some people in this world only really care about money, so enjoy spending everything you own to get to ride that one last ride at Disneyland one more time. Imagine how many people, like, on their bucket list go to Disney World or Disneyland for the first time ever, and then it's like, yeah, no one could even get into the park. Every ride, even the teacups, is like 10-hour wait time. This is why bucket list is a very bad team, and I feel bad for anyone selecting it. You guys aren't gonna get anything accomplished. Meanwhile, me, I'm just same old, same old. I'm here. I'm home. I'm gonna play some video games. I'm just gonna pretend like the world isn't ending. Or maybe I just know it is ending, and I don't care. God, it's so fucking noisy out here. Come on, guys, the world's ending. Fucking drama queens. Let's go inside. I can't fucking hear myself think out here. Okay, that's much more better. Less screaming. Hello, Scarf the Smith. Okay. I really can't, like, I no longer have to listen to everyone's bloody screams outside. This is much better. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, right. The reason why I just choose same old, like, honestly, I'm already kind of misanthropic. I'm antisocial. I don't really get along with people. I feel like I don't have any place in society. And so, basically, here I am. It's still on fire, though. It always looks like this for me. What's that quote from Silent Hill 2? This is what it always looks like. You're just, you guys just get to see it. But, this is my normal day by day. That or my gamer PC exploded. Either or. Anyways. I get to be super cynical today. I get to be super edgy today. I do not think this world is worth saving whatsoever. I think we're fucked. I think we have fucked everything up. So, what are we gonna do to fix any of the irreversible damage that we have caused as a species? Something so insignificant, something so unimportant, and we somehow managed to throw everything off of balance and doom this planet, and that it's now going to, well, you know, the planet may die, but it will exist without us. It will just do a very good job at wiping us all off the face of it. But, you know, it'll still remain as a giant dead husk floating in the void of space. That's another thing. People are going to be charging out the ass for all your life savings so that they could buy a ticket onto the rocket ship that gets launched into space. and probably get sucked up in a black hole, destroying the rest of humanity, or what remains of it, dooming our species to total extinction. Well, actually, no, wait, no, I'm not a human, I'm just a demon, so... I mean, demons are kind of fireproof, aren't we? Actually, yeah, I'm probably just gonna, like, outlive all of humanity anyways, so... shit. I hope all my video games are fireproof then. That's like the one good thing humanity has done is made video games, so... Probably do the same old, maybe write some kind words to folks I appreciate. You better hope you have internet, because I don't think you're gonna be able to mail that out in time, especially when everything's on fire. At least I'll have crow and slime. I think the slime is fireproof. I'm not so sure about the crow, but I mean, he has wings, he could fly, he can avoid the fire. That reminds me, when there were wildfires around where I lived, I felt so bad for all the animals and the crows. Like, they were so dehydrated, they couldn't find any water. They're like flying away from all the fires and stuff. So I would go outside, I would fill the bird fountains with fresh water. I would put little bowls around with water inside of it, so yeah. That's one thing I always feel bad about is the birds, like when the fires are going on, because they don't know what the fuck to do. The skies are actually filled with ash, and every time a bird exhales and inhales, they're basically pushing out all the air in their body, so they get affected extra bad when it comes to wildfires and smoke and ash and whatnot. So another reason why people polluting things is very bad, because it hurts birds, and I like birds. Everyone should know this. I love birds. I probably like birds more than I like people. I'll etch my last words into cave walls. Yeah, that's actually that'll probably last through the fires, right? The end of the world will be nice to play tabletop RPGs with people around. Yeah, I guess in your final moments it'll make for like one hell of a tabletop RPG, I guess. But yeah, that's what my team is basically all about. Just doing the same old, same old. I'll just be playing video games as the world is ending outside. Keep me away from people, provided I still have power. If not, well, I guess the Switch is handheld, so technically I could still play video games. You know, 4-hour battery life or 2-hour, whatever. I never really use handheld mode for anything but maybe watching YouTube videos as I fall asleep. For my gaming sessions, that Switch is always docked. It never leaves its dock. But yeah, bit of an early stream today. But I like to do these Splatoon streams a little early if I can. I have some places to be later on. You know. Kinda. As much as I'm a misanthropic idiot, and how much I dislike other people, I do like to do a little bit of socializing sometimes, you know? So, Saturdays are often very busy nights now, like when people are available and want to hang out, or, you know, if other people want to stream that I want to watch, usually. It's like, yeah. Anyways, let's hop into Splatoon 3. Let's start doing the matches. Let's prove to all these 10-year-olds that the world is not worth saving, and that Marvel movies are all just a bunch of schlock, and superheroes are all wicked people, and not actually that good. At their core, I'm just gonna be a cynical asshole. Oh, this is gonna be a dumpster fire of a stream. Anyways, yeah, sit tight. Into Splatoon we go. So the crow has joined me today. Let us see how things are going. I don't know let's see like what the popular votes are. They usually start around the time that they do the halftime, but there's like the preview I think they do. Caca. Alright, the fizz bangs, I always forget. Okay, here we go, the sneak peek results. Hell yeah, same ol', same ol'. We're doing it, bros. We're winning by doing nothing at all. A good color to represent our team as well. Thank you for the redeem. I will drink some of my Mountain Dew Voltage. Not sponsored, but I'll tell you why I have Mountain Dew in just a bit. Ah. I hear the Salmon Run rotation for this shift isn't so bad. Trying to get that Final Fantasy 14 gear? Not quite, not quite. So there is a Mountain Dew promotion going on with Final Fantasy 14 right now. And you have to register for their little royalty program, then you gotta go buy a bunch of Mountain Dew and register the code under the cap for points. And you could, like, was it 6 Mountain Dews worth of points will earn you a Mountain Zoo mount? That's basically what I want. I don't want anything else, really, but yeah, it's I went out to my local gas station and just bought like 6 Mountain Dews. And I just like, I treated myself. So yeah, it's around $10 or whatever for all of it. I got my Mountain Zoo code. It's locked in. Pouring battery acid on my brain to get a recolored mount. It's a really nice recolored mount too, though. Here, let me actually pull it up for a second. It's a fucking WebP file, but I think WebP should actually still work in OBS, so I'm just gonna delete it after the stream anyways. Here we go. The Mountain Zoo mount. Look at that. It's like a really cool color scheme. I love this kind of stuff. I'm a sucker for like crossover promotions. Let me go like buy some fucking penis shrinking potions of infertility. And pour it directly on my brain so I could get a stupid bird mount. I feel like when Colchis, Deco, Pokey, and I were doing Heaven on High over on Colchis' channel, we were discussing like gamer fuel and Mountain Dew and how it would be the easiest, funniest crossover in the world. If we just had a flavor of gamer fuel that was inspired by Final Fantasy or something, and they could give us a Mountain Zoo mount. I don't know if it's like a schizophrenic episode that I think that happened where we had that discussion, or if like we actually willed that into existence. Because that was like a surprise that they just randomly revealed on the latest live letter. How to Splatooning? I just begun. So I'm in high spirits at proving that this world is not worth saving. We'll see just how bad my team is though, but I'm not on Frye's team this time, so that's a plus. I was cursed with so many Splatfests of being on Frye's team, and just we could never win or do anything. Yeah. Hey, Crag. It'll happen eventually. I mean, Frye already won sweets. And there's like this lemon meme going around right now. It's like, what? Spicy versus sweet versus sour was the Splatfest, and like sweet actually won. But I chose Team Sour because I needed to be a little hipster. We're beginning things with Walmart. Great, great, great. Did I kill someone? Ugh. Ah, okay. Can you imagine if Walmart had turf wars? I mean, technically they do. Technically they do. It's really disgusting to bring up, but like, I've seen a lot of Walmart security cams and what customers do when they think no one is looking. So, let's just say there's a lot of like very disgusting substances expelled on floors of Walmarts. Oh my god, it's fucking chaos. Ugh. Let's go somewhere they won't probably go back to try and re-ink unless they're actually paying attention to the map. So what team did you pick, Crag? Because I saw you were you're gonna be doing a Splatfest stream later tonight. It's very rare that I find other people at this point of Splatoon's life where they actually like still play the game or care about streaming it. I think it's Frye's. Okay, so you're like bucket list. I probably would have been bucket list, but then like I calculated it in my mind. Like, yeah, everyone's like gonna be doing the same exact thing at the end of the world, so like you're gonna get nothing accomplished, basically. So I was like, yeah, okay, that would make sense. And like, human greed is just gonna kick in. Money isn't gonna mean anything, but that isn't gonna stop people from like charging an arm and a leg, or like robbing you of every last like dime you own in your final moments. Human nature is a very funny thing like that. Oh my god, we absolutely demolished Save the Day. With Splatoon, like, usually the most cynical answer wins in, like, any Splatfest. When we had, like, money, fame, and love, I was Team Love. And Team Love was like, we lost pretty bad. Fame was just like a shitpost team. Like, I don't... Who the hell wants fame in this world? A lot of people. But it is a superficial world after all. You're gonna pick big mans for the funny? Team Love, I see, I see. Big man's been winning the past few Splatfests, if I recall correctly. And not just because he has the funny white-colored ink, for once. Usually that's like a major benefactor of a team just winning automatically is, do they have the funny white ink? Yes? Select them, you will win. It don't matter. But I go with my heart on all the Splatfests. I don't do the idol wars. I don't do the waifus. I just do it for what I believe in. And in this case, I don't believe in the world at all. Just let me die in peace. This is like my favorite stage to fight on in the entire game, though, honestly. I love this fucking... I always say it reminds me of like a very old Counter-Strike map. Team Solo. Ah, yeah. I was like family, because family is always still important to me. I don't get to spend like too much time bonding with family though. You come back here. Fuck. Team friends, but no surprise, Team Solo won. Yeah. I mean, that should like tell you now that since Team Solo won, I think Team Same Ol is gonna win. Because I joke the average Splatoon player probably doesn't really have friends or family, so they just kind of like, I don't know. We're all kind of like a weird social outcasts if we like silly Squid Game. So it makes perfect sense. Damn, that person's like fucking out for the kills. Oh yeah, Frye, and that's like the hit anime of the season that everyone is talking about and everyone loves. Alright, yeah, the silly white ink. Didn't it also have like a little bit of like miscoloring to it as well, so it was like extra nasty? I know like people were like pointing that out, like, haha, silly cum-covered ink. No, cum-colored, not... Oh, I guess that's what you're doing with the stage after all, but... I have fucking severe brain rot. Mint chocolate looking ass stage. Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's a little too red to be chocolate, though. It do be looking like mint, though. Still haven't seen Frye's team show up. Actually did look to see what the least popular team was. Same Old Fiend. That's a title. Mint and poop, yeah. I'm a pretty abhorrent streamer. I'm a pretty lowbrow, nasty kind of guy. I have no problem making jokes about people shitting in the Walmart. As I said, I've seen all the security cam footage of people just pulling their pants down and squatting in a Walmart, and it's like, oh my god, you're never gonna walk in the Walmart and see it ever the same again. Being a security person is probably a really funny job. The kind of stuff you're gonna see people do when they think they're alone. Like, you're gonna have all the entertainment you could ever need being a security person. Or else you're gonna, like, if nothing happens, and, like, that's, like, the best job ever. Because literally, you don't have to, like, fucking do shit. You can just sit there and ignore everything. And, I don't know, fucking... watch someone stream Splatoon 3. I'm looking at you, Cole. Actually, you're probably not working right now. I need to look into maybe getting a job in security somewhere. But then they're gonna learn I'm a streamer on Twitch. And then they're gonna be like, nope, nope, you're a security risk. You're gonna tell everyone about all the embarrassing shit that happens behind closed doors. This is a really very, like, cool color scheme right here. This is, like, super nice contrasting. Like, to kind of have this mint teal with, like, this deep blue shading. It's because I'm not using gyro controls, I'm always at a disadvantage with these fizz bangs, so I just honestly don't care about using them a lot of the time. I'm more of at an advantage though with these lanes, where if it's just a straight shoot forward, then sucks for the enemies, good for me. You know what? Fuck your base. You can have that. You're fucked. Oh, you lived. Shit. Oh shit, right. You're at work. You gotta work. Oh my god. They don't care. Okay, okay. Then I could talk about people just shitting in the Walmart as much as I want. Would there be a sadder existence than being like a Walmart security guy though? Like, actually no, you wouldn't want to be a security guy at Walmart because like Walmart is where all the awful shit happens. That's like where all the creatures are gonna come in and actually start issues, and you're actually gonna have to do your job and get like kick people out of the store. You don't want to be security at Walmart. That's like yeah, that's like a high risk danger job. You want to be a security guy at like a cemetery or whatever, where like no one is even in their right mind gonna try and cause shit in a cemetery. Yeah, you could just be like, yeah, saw a guy poop today, and then don't further elaborate. Damn, we're dominating. In a way, isn't my team like Team Anarchy? We had 2 people with a mask. I wish more people had the mask. I'm always rocking the Plague Doctor mask. I like it a lot. Well, you want a security job at a low traffic location where no one visits other than the site employees. Yeah. Retail security sucks. That it does, If I wanted to move up in my current position at work, I would have to be a security person. But because I know how fucking annoying being a security person is in retail, I don't do it. You're ready to get destroyed since you're on Frye's team? I mean, it could be anyone's game with Splatoon, really. It doesn't matter how good you think your team is doing. At the last minute, that's when, like, shit always seems to go wrong. And once that halftime kicks in and the Tricolor Battles start getting put into the mix, yeah, it's like, it could be anyone's game, honestly. The most popular team is just always kind of gonna lose by default, I feel. The Shooter Warriors. The Variety Crew. Oh, this, what is this, Humpback Pump Track? Whatever this fucking map's called. From Splatoon 2. Oh, bum, bum, bam. What do you think was gonna happen? Does Splatoon actually have those kind of physics, like where you go off a ramp with that thing, it actually would like not immediately snap down to the ground below it? I've actually never tried that. Usually not like used to there being ramps and stuff. Shit. Well, my teammates got me. Booyah. I think, I know my brother went to his high school reunion today. And me as a person, like, I literally do not care about that kind of shit. I don't want to be anywhere near the people that I went to high school with. Anyone I used to call friends in high school basically just fell off the face of the earth to me. Like, I'm in contact with, like, no one anymore. And, like, I have no interest in going to a reunion to, like, see any of the people I was in high school with. I was just basically a loner anyways. I'm very antisocial. Very, very antisocial. I wonder if he's having a good time at his, it's like, from the text, like, me and my family got, it didn't seem like there's that much interest in the event. It's kind of like happening at a little nowhere place. Nothing extravagant. It seems a little too low-key for it to even be, like, much of a party. I don't know. If you ever do look into security work, by the way, you can always use me as a reference. Thank you, Cole. And then they're gonna hire me, and then they're gonna, like, be like, oh my god, we're never gonna trust this Cole guy ever again. Damn, like, what is this, 4 wins in a row? We're destroying! I'm gonna be sad when I lose this team. Dinner cooking time? Alright, that guy from somewhere. Enjoy cooking dinner. Thank you for lurking. Dude, security has no standards. You've heard about the fuckers they hire here? Oh, that's good news for me then. They won't mind me drawing on the job then. Oh my god, that's so eye-searing though, like when you look directly at it under the slidings, like when I look back up, it's like a flashbang. Whoa, whoa. Now I feel like how those people probably felt like looking directly at that wall. Like when it first came out, what do they call that, the splash screen? You got like blindsided. Didn't credit your graduation. I had like 2 friends from high school. Yeah, like me, all the friends that I had kind of like graduated, and they were like in classes above me, so it was just, I don't even know if they'd be at the reunions. Like I really had no friends in high school though, really, like in my senior year, and I just didn't relate with like anyone, and everyone was just kind of like assholes, I want to say, or people I just did not relate to at all, or share any common interests with. Damn, you like really wanted to kill me. Then even the friends that like I did stay in contact with like after high school, they all kind of like either fell off the face of the planet, turned into assholes, or just like kind of cut contact with me, and I'm just like, alright, okay, whatever. Like, sometimes I wonder, like, what they're up to, if they're still alive or whatever, but I don't know. That's kind of like what a high school reunion is to me. It's just a morbid way to, like, check up on people and see, are you still alive, or are you dead? Probably everyone, if there's, like, any high school reunions for my classes and all that. Oh, fuck. They'll probably assume that I'm dead. Which... Cool. I'm thriving, I'm in my own lane, I'm being a VTuber on Twitch TV. I'm being a broke ass. I'm talking shit on the internet. I'm playing Squid Game. Everyone you knew got knocked up. Yeah, that sounds accurate, honestly. I always hear stories about a lot, like, of my childhood friends and, like, how they, there were a lot of girls and they all seemed to, like, get knocked up. Every single one of them. I'm like, god damn. They're out there living their life and I'm playing video games. I ain't getting none, and they're getting knocked up. Left and right, having families, living their lives. I'm like, oh man. Somewhere along the lines, I kind of like failed at being a part of society. Harlots, the lot of them. I finally got the 100 reward for the catalog this season. I finished it. I liked it. It's like the little puppets on the string emote. It looks good. And already fucking halfway. Really good team. Really good team. How long is this Splatfest stream gonna last, I wonder? If, like, it's just gonna keep being wins after win? It's really smooth sailing so far. Will our combo finally be broken, though? Oh, they got a 6-win streak. Okay, it's matching us up against, like, people that actually kind of know what they're doing. Will a team of cynics finally lose? He got me with the angle shooter. I thought we went in opposite directions. Oh well. They got all their bloody poop all over my base. Can't be having that. No, I'm more of a support class. I'm not much of a killer. But when Splatoon 3 came out, it was pretty easy to get kills. But like now, a lot of it's like people that actually found weapons that they're good with. Oh my god. Is that like 3 different people all going for me? I guess so. Oh, they're going on our base again. Ah, shit. Yeah. Back on the topic of like high school reunions, like I just have like no events that I do in my life that like a lot of other people see that as like important things, it feels like, and I'm just kind of like, don't care. Those people didn't like really mean anything to me, and I didn't mean anything to them, and like, you know, they just didn't really have friends in that same capacity that like, say, parents would have. Like, my parents always talk about how their high school reunions, everyone's going, it's fancy, and they're keeping up with like everyone that they went to high school with, and I'm like, wow, my generation didn't have any of that. We all fucking hated each other, and school life was basically miserable. What kind of fucking fantasy world did you grow up in? Oh right, the boomer generation that had everything, that had all the luxuries that we don't get anymore. Most of my high school fellows are dead or so vastly different that we have nothing in common. Yeah, it's like I have like no interest whatsoever. Like even when I was supposed to have anything in interest with these people, common in interest, it's like I just didn't. I'd never related to anyone. I never had friends, and like oh my god, this is hell yeah! Team Cynicism wins. Eat shit, save the day. We destroyed your 6-win streak. They were so short-sighted that they left a lot of their base uncovered to the very end. That's what you get for rushing into action. I went to school with a bunch of hicks who like trucks and dirt bikes. I mean, same exactly. Like, I went to a school that was like, they didn't care about artists, they cared about sports. Sports was like their major thing, that was their bread and butter. They let all the art classes suffer, like have no budget whatsoever. And then they would blow millions of dollars on a shitty little snack bar for the football field. And I'd be like, wow, all the supplies we have in the art classes are crayons that have been snapped in two. And no pencils can be given to any of us. And all of our stuff is like broken and busted and so fucking filthy. And it was like a has-been school as well. Or like in the past they were like top of the line with sports and everything. Always like winning so many awards and like coming in first place. And then the years in which I went to my high school, it was like the sports teams were an absolute joke. They couldn't win shit. They weren't winning trophies. They weren't making the school proud. But like the school it had such a history with being a sports school that that's all they cared about was just oh, we get a mirror match. It's just so obsessed with being a sports school, basically, that they let everything else fall to the wayside. So yeah, I hate sports. I'm not really a sports person. If you like sports, good on you. I just don't... I don't find anything interesting with them. I'm a salty, bitter artist, what can I say? I'm a cynical person at heart, too. I used to try all kinds of sports as a kid. I just wasn't good at any of them. Yeah, my parents always try, oh, let's see what Rick likes. Sign him up for little baseball leagues. And then like at school I would try soccer, I would try basketball. Nothing was fun to me, I just didn't like any of it. I grew up playing video games and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna choose the most lamest thing to dedicate my entire personality around. I'm gonna get 0 bitches. I'm gonna be a fucking awful neckbeard. with terrible opinions and a shit sense of humor. Should I cool with the cynicism yet? I'd rather lose my losing streak against like the same team if I can. Did I say losing streak or winning streak? I'd rather lose my winning streak to the same team if I can. Don't give the satisfaction to same team save the day. Frye's team can at least have it, I guess, because they're harmless. The real contender is Big Man. Gotta watch out for Big Man's team. It's not gonna look good if my team loses against Save the Day. I'm fighting to prove that the world ain't worth saving. But yeah, I had nothing in common with like the vast majority of people I went to school with. They were all just a bunch of jocks, just a bunch of hicks, just a bunch of fucking boomer-ass teachers that didn't care about anything. American education at its finest, essentially. Man, 4 more matches. I knew I should have probably ate something before I began, because, like, I'm gonna lose this team. This team has been so good. I'm, what, is it nearly halfway? I can't check here, can I? Someone on my street's throwing a party in the flames. I hear a bunch of screaming children outside. It's very... Ignoring all the flames and screaming, it's actually a really nice day outside. Got a nice gloomy overcast. I thought we were entering summer, where it was just gonna start being nothing but like sun and heat. But it's still like a little bit wintry. A nice breeze outside, an overcast. I went out, I got some Popeye's chicken, I sat in my car and ate it. Watched the latest... Aww. Oh, no. We lost someone on our team. No, we lost two. We lost a person on each team, actually. It was 3 versus 3. It was a nice day. I ate fried chicken. The end. That was the highlight of my day. So far, so far. I got to see some hawks. That was cool. Couldn't get a good look at them, so I don't know what kind of hawks they were, but they were like the smaller kind of hawk. They had like the stripes on their tails. The cute little fellas. There's like a squirrel running across the road. and like two of the hawks showed up, and then they started getting territorial with each other and like driving each other out of the trees they were roosting in. Those same little cute, adorable bastards are the reason I don't take my Chihuahua out for walks much anymore, because I worry they're gonna swoop after him and mistake him for a rabbit. There were a few cases in which that was very close to happening, so I just had to, you know, pick my dog up and just like keep walking and make sure like no hawks are around before I put him back down. This is why I can't visit Rick. Yeah, fucking hawk will swoop you up. Look at that little bastard. Visited by a little gnome. Ah, shit. Distant, yeah. This guy has small on. I'm so scared hawks are gonna scoop him up. Yeah. That's like the unfortunate thing about having a small dog and want to take him on walks. If it's not hawks, it's in other dogs. Oh shit. Actually getting killed by a kraken. Such a disgrace. Pour a sprinkler. Yeah, Chihuahuas are all bark, no bite. Well, actually, no, they do bite. But mine don't. Mine are never like. I got Chihuahua, like, I won the lottery, basically. My Chihuahuas are genetic disgrace to Chihuahuas everywhere. They are noisy, but not that bad. They don't bite. They're just afraid of people, but they won't actually, like, bite at anyone. They don't get territorial over anyone. People always like, oh, I hate Chihuahuas. They just bite. They're nasty. They're mean. You see a post on Twitter about a pit bull eating a baby for the millionth time, and everyone in the comments is like, well, at least it wasn't a Chihuahua. If I had a fucking dime for every time I saw someone use a Chihuahua as like like Chihuahuas are meaner than pit bulls. It's like, yeah, okay. Twitter opinion discarded. But anyways. My Chihuahuas are like very well behaved. They're quieter now than they used to be, because one passed away very recently. They're all siblings, too. They're all, like, born at the same time, but she was, like, fighting with doggy cancer for a while, so it was just kind of like her time to... She lived a good life. She was the one that was always the most vocal, so without her, the other two are a lot more quiet. They'll still bark occasionally. But, yeah. They don't really act like Chihuahuas, and only one of them really looked like a Chihuahua. Because one was like a super long hair Chihuahua, and then the middle, which is the one that passed away, was kind of like a, I want to say medium length hair Chihuahua. And then the true runt of the litter, she actually looks like a chihuahua, a stereotypical little gremlin-ass chihuahua. But like, yeah, they never do anything mean. They never do anything nasty. If they see a new person, they're more likely to just kind of like bark a bit and stay away. But if they're held and someone tries to pet them, they're not gonna bite back. They're not gonna be like that kind of dog. They're not gonna be a nasty little old lady kind of dog where, oh, he's very friendly, he doesn't bite. And then, like, dog rips your hand off if you try putting your finger near it. They're not that kind of dog at all, is like what I'm just trying to say. We have swapped the team colors. It's another mirror match. But yeah, that's, it's been 2 pet losses in the same year, sadly. But that's what's gonna happen when you have pets, which is why I'm not really much of a pet person, but it's like more of family pets, so... Last year I had lost a macaw. Yeah, so when I was playing the Tears of the Kingdom on stream, I was like I was just playing Tears of the Kingdom a lot. Not really streams I archived. They do exist as highlights on my Twitch channel, I think, but yeah. That was a sad time as well. So this year has like always been kind of a bad start to everything. Because like there hasn't really been much good news for me at all this year. So like I'm like just super cynical, super whatever. Nothing's going right in life at the moment. Hopefully it picks up for me soon. Until then, I'm gonna play a Squid Game. I'm gonna be cynical. I'm gonna shoot ink at the enemy. I'm gonna splat the enemy. Just squid bag them all. It's a mirror match, so I don't even have to try to win. Just cover as much ink as I can. Ah, fuck, I botched that bad. One of the Splatoon one-liners is run and squirt. I am on the popular team, though, so I am going to be in a lot more mirror matches. No, not the noise. I can't even do a proper squirt noise because, like, my mouth is too dry right now. Well, it was a good run, team. I'm going to refresh my buff. Because... yeah, sure, why not? Good time to use it. Because I didn't play yesterday, I didn't get to use my first sheep roll of the day. Isn't that statue very, very, very expensive? This is why I don't buy anything from that shop, because it's like, you eventually just get it out of the shell-out machine. Whatever you don't already own. So, let's do some pro matches now, actually. Go solo for a bit. You've gotten 2 poses from it before? Ooh. I've never been excited about getting the poses out of the machine though, because, 10 times battle. I have been playing the game since it came out, essentially, so I got 100% out of every catalog so far, and I intend to get 100% in the last upcoming season. I'm pretty sure the next season is the last season we'll be getting. Or would it be second? It has to be the last season. Because it'll end like right as Splatoon 3 kind of like came out. And they said 2-year lifespan, and like the usual lifespan for a Splatoon game is like 2 years. You try to do it and then you forget. Yeah, I mean, all it takes is just like launching the game once a day, getting a win. And I like Salmon Run too, so like I mainly just play a lot of Salmon Run. And that's how I get a lot of my first win of the day, and then I get enough money to like buy everything that I want out of stores anyways, because Salmon Run is just so lucrative at giving you rewards, and you eventually like get so many bits from it as well. It's like, it really is the best way to get rewards. On a side note, a lot of my other streams have just kind of been unarchived streams lately. I haven't been uploading too much to the YouTube channel. But I played Klonoa in its entirety in one stream. I showcased some other games too. I showcased a good amount of Skull Monkeys, that Neverhood game. Tried some more obscure titles that no one really talks about, like Sumu and like 10 Made Jack. Stuff that I eventually want to like stream more of in the future and dedicate entire streams to, but I've been busy trying to draw new assets for summer theme streams, on top of like just wanting to enjoy my time on the side, and trying to balance everything is hard. This is a pretty close game, but they probably won. Yeah, they definitely won. Ah, man, I probably should have just, like, focused on our base. Because if I could have cleaned our base up, then we could have pushed it over. Ah, well. That's 10 for them. But it's Frye's team. When has Frye ever won a Splatfest? Never. Nah, she has one. For the longest time, I thought she actually did never win a single Splatfest, and I was like getting really salty about it, but then I see how everyone on Twitter acts every time Frye loses, and now I just want Frye to lose every time because it's funny. I was just like, Frye, please, stop being the fucking team that I want. Let it be Shiver, let it be Big Man, let it be anyone other than Frye. Everyone hates you, Frye. Unless they're a crazy cultist and they want Frye to win because they want Frye to win. In which point, that's not the point of Splatfest. So they deserve to lose even more. That's why if we get Splatoon 4, I hope they ditch the whole waifu thing and that we don't even have any idols. That would upset people, but I think that would make Splatfest more enjoyable. Get rid of the sexual influence from Splatoon. Make people actually think with their skill, not with their erections. I'm unsubbing from Rickubus channel right now. That was the final straw. Speaking of an interesting thing that come up with Splatoon now is Nintendo's cutting all support for Twitter, aka X. So that means the Plaza Splatfest posts. I think for 2, there's not gonna be posts anymore. And for Splatoon 3, you're not gonna see all those stupid ass trending posts anymore that are fucking annoying from like the same 2 or 3 people that want to turn everything to a political argument and remind you of how terrible the world is right now. You might just get more dumb memes of like people posting little creatures and people saying that they eat glue. And I think I'd rather have that more right now. So I'm actually pretty excited that the Plaza posts aren't gonna be nearly as bad as they've been for the entire duration of this game. We're gonna go back to the hopefully Miiverse era of Splatoon 1 and how the Plaza posts worked in that game, where they're more curated and nicer and less shitty. That's probably a hot take. Most Splatoon fans are gonna hang me from the gallows for that one. But honestly, fuck them. I was never a fan of how awful the Plaza post started to become once the Switch came out. I hated it in Splatoon 2, and it got exceptionally worse in Splatoon 3. Because of like how popular the game got and how well it sold and so many first-timers were playing the game. So everyone wanted to like start drawing weird fetish art and furry porn in the Plaza, and it was kind of like, okay, you know there's kids playing this game, right? Tone it back a bit, we don't need to be drawing our personas in the Plaza. I say we're, I'm not a furry, The very early Splatoon streams, you'd see me being a cynical asshole, turning off Plaza posts and just like reporting people live on stream. It's just like, alright, I didn't need to see a big fucking buff, bare-chested wolf furry in Splatoon. I didn't pay $60 in Nintendo to see you post furry inflation art in the fucking Plaza. Reported. At this point, I just don't fucking care anymore. It's most of those people have dropped off of the game anyways. They don't even play it. To them, Splatoon was just like a fad, like, oh hey, I dropped $50 or no, $60 for flavor of the month to play it 3 times and then drop it and forget it. It's a very interesting time capsule to probably go back to my super old Splatoon streams and look at me 2 years later, which is why it's fun to basically catalog. You could probably still see him still the same hateful asshole that I was maybe 2 years ago. Maybe. Have I gotten better at streaming? Have I gotten better at talking? Maybe, surely. Maybe. There has to have been improvement somewhere. Am I a good streamer? Probably not. Probably not. There's probably personal growth. If you can find it. I have to watch my old VODs, so I basically cringe. Cringe through my own asshole. I still haven't finished going through all my old VODs over on YouTube and timestamping all of them and like fixing up their tags and descriptions and all that. That's still like an ongoing project. It's like whenever I want to get around to doing it, I do it. But that's been something I've slowly been going through the catalog. And I do unfortunately have to see the growth that I've made as a streamer. Personal growth. How I handle talking. I'm still an awkward idiot. I'm still an awkward idiot for sure. I basically still don't like fit in with a majority of VTubers out there, I feel. I'm like too vastly different in how I do things. I'm kind of like this old boomer that already has played all these video games and like I can't really experience a lot of things for the first time because I have some semblance of like knowledge or exposure to this game or series. People don't want to see someone who's knowledgeable about all these video games who has already played them and is just playing them again. They want fresh eyes. They want people to be excited. They want, you know, someone that's gonna be funny and make jokes and genuinely be positive and not a cynical asshole. I'm not getting that Zoomer market. I'm not even a boomer, I just joke about being a boomer, because it's like, it just seems like, wow, you played Super Nintendo games when they were new? You're old. People are like, what's a Super Nintendo? What's a Sega Dreamcast? And I'm like, oh, I'm not that old, am I? Oh no. You're telling me there's people that never fucking saw a Nintendo 64 in their entire life? They're watching me play video games right now? Oh, I just took a drink of my Mountain Dew and I realized, like, I have Baja Blast colors. And the enemy team is, like, Voltage. This is kind of like a Mountain Dew themed Splatfest in a way. I guess the weird dirty red could be Code Red. Once I hit the next rank, I think I will go do the Salmon Run shifts. I was gonna honestly do this stream yesterday, but then I was like, nah, I think I want to do some VR chat instead. I wasn't feeling it. Like, I'm like, it's kind of lame to do it on Friday. Because then, like, you miss the halftime results. You miss the music. You, don't even get to do the Tricolor battles. You know, like doing it on Friday, though, sometimes I don't always care about doing the Tricolor battles. You ain't getting me. How did you live? How did you live? What are you guys doing? What are you doing, team? Please. I wish my little sprinkler persisted through death. I knew it used to be that way in Splatoon 2, but for balance reasons, they probably changed that. I wish there was like a grace period at which it despawned after I died, so at least if I threw it out, it would do a little bit of damage for like, what, 5 seconds and then like disappear. It just sucks immediately, like throw it out and die and not be able to contribute anything. I always say die, but the proper term would be splatted. But I just come from that era of gaming where you would call death a death, so I'm just so used to it. I always talk about like how I have problem with the terminologies that these games want you to use to replace certain terms with other terms, and it's just like, nah, for me, universally, it's just like, yeah, I get splatted, I died. I respawn. What's that? You want me to call a guild a free company? I'm still gonna call it a guild. Sometimes it's just easier for other people who aren't a fan of that thing to kind of like know what you're trying to convey, too. Like, try and do a Final Fantasy stream and explain to someone what the fuck a free company is. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is that made-up term? What's a fucking free company? And you just say, oh, it's a guild, and then they're gonna go, oh, okay. A lot of people will know what a guild is. They're not gonna know what a fucking free company is. That's why sometimes wave dashing. Yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with everyone knows the smelly Smash players memes and like wave dashing and melee players. Kind of. Well, actually, maybe no. There's probably people nowadays that don't even know what wave dashing... Well, actually, didn't wave dashing carry into newer Smash Bros. Games? I don't know. I was never a competitive Smash player. I like showering too much to be good at Smash Bros. I'm not good at fighting games in general. And I will be that asshole that says Smash Brothers is a party game, not a fighting game. It mostly carries into games with similar movement shenanigans. What would those other games be, though? Like, there's a lot of Smash Bros. Clones at this point, too. But with, like, characters no one gives a shit about or cares about, so... It's really hard to say. There's probably gonna be some new Splatfest music coming out soon, because, like, I think the official Nintendo playlist has 3 unlisted songs pertaining to, like, Splatfest music. At least that's what I saw. I don't know if it's actually real. But I think there's also listing for 2 new amiibo tags in the game's data file, so we might get some new amiibo. Probably to celebrate the ending of the game, maybe the final Splatfest, who knows, who knows. Really interested to see what they're gonna do for, like, the final Splatfest. Oh, that 4-player co-op Nickelodeon game had it if you moved and pressed some shield button quickly. Are we talking, like, GameCube era one, or, like, the Smash Bros. Clone that came out recently, and then they, like, made a sequel that no one gave a fuck about? What a fucking everyone called it. Oh, it's a Super Smash Bros. Killer. Oh, Nickelodeon All-Stars. Ooh, it's like, no one wants to fucking play that. It's cartoon characters, and half of them are like not even characters anyone likes or cares about. Nintendo is very, very different. It's like the same people that make Pokemon clones. It's like, well, yeah, it's Pokemon at its core gameplay element, but you're missing the one reason people play Pokemon. Pokemon. If you take the Nintendo out of Smash Bros, you just end up with a shitty fighting game. Oh, okay, GameCube. The Invader Zim Brawler. Okay, yeah, the next to those then, the Nicktoons, that was like more of a Gauntlet-style video game though, wasn't it? Hey, Ematron. There's like, if I remember right, it's like Attack of the Toy Bots or something along the lines of that, where they had like a little invisible gag where the texture is very unreadable, but like there's this little toy factory and like this little cuddly bear, and on his box it says, "I will kill your parents. I will hunt you down." It's like something really morbid like that. And the texture was just like super low res and upside down in the actual game, but like if you rip the files and all that, you would get a clear vision of what the texture actually said, and they they snuck that into the game. Oh, they probably... Oh, no, we won. Hello, been lurking. Yeah. Then, what? SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom also uses a real shit texture for something. The fucking Nickelodeon games always seem to have super disturbing or gross shit hidden in their data files, because if you're making a licensed video game for a children's property, you're gonna have a little bit of a twisted sense of humor. Let me see, Nickelodeon, I found it. Sorry, team. Let me get this up on screen for you guys, just so you know, like, I'm not an actual schizophrenic. This is a thing that exists. This is a texture from the game. Mr. Huggles, I'll mug you and kill you, and you'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents. Evil Toys Co. Yeah, that's pretty evil. That's pretty evil. That's a real texture in the video game, but like no one could read it or see it, so it got past the censors. That's a little fun video game fact for you guys. So that's like Nickelodeon, Attack of the Toy Bots. I think that's the game you're talking about, Cole. They always made, like, Zim evil in those games, which I hated, because I like Invader Zim. I want him to, like, be playable and not like an antagonist. But for some reason, Nickelodeon just really hated Invader Zim. I get it. Why would he want to work to ever save the day? He's like the guy in the cartoon that wants to end the world. It would make more sense for Dib to be a playable character. And I've always, like, talked about, like, I've joked about before in the past, but being a Dib male. Dib is, like, when you're a kid, you want to be more like Zim. You want to make a Invader Zim OC where you're an Urkin and you're trying to destroy the world. But as you get older, you resonate more with Dib, because Dib wants to save the world that doesn't care about him, that treats him like shit, that calls him a freak, treats him like he's crazy, all because he cares, and he cares so much about a world that doesn't care about him. That's the funny juxtaposition between Dib and Zim, is, do you want to embrace absolute cynicism, or do you still want to care and, you know, try and find beauty in life and a reason to continue living? That's like the difference between, like, Zim and Dib. So if you care a lot about something and everyone else calls you insane or crazy or like stupid or whatever, a psycho, that makes you a dib male. Me caring about all my old video games and like talking shit about remasters and don't play this, don't play that, play the original. The original was much better. And then like, Rick, it's just a single texture. It looks like shit. Like, no, fuck you. I'm not crazy. Video games used to actually be good. I just want to be the scientist, Dad. Yeah. It's funny because, like, Professor Membrane was also... like, he was, like, cold, hard science that he just didn't even really care about humanity. He just wanted to do cool shit, if I'm remembering things right. It's, like, literally, as cold as you possibly can be. Div was like a mixture of science, but also conspiracy theorist. But the thing is, like, the things that Dib conspiracized about all the time were true and happening. It wasn't just being crazy, but, you know. What's that one meme that I like posting? My favorite conspiracy theory is that everything is gonna be okay. Then there's also, like, you know, is it really a conspiracy theory if, like, it's starting to become truer and truer every day? If the government just said, like, yeah, aliens exist, here's proof. Or, like, suddenly all the crazy people in the streets that are like, aliens abducted me, aliens did this and that. Are they actually still gonna be crazy, or are they just gonna, like, be correct about, like, everything they said? That's the funny thing is, like, fucking... that's how humanity functions at this point. The truth could, like, be right in front of our eyes. And we're just so conditioned to think, like, oh no, that's, like, crazy schizo talk that, like, it's not gonna fucking matter in the end. Government could just be like, hey, yeah, aliens exist, and suddenly, like, you know, we're still gonna look at the crazy guy on the corner, like, aliens are real, they stuck stuff up my butthole, and go, haha, that guy, he's got a few screws loose. Does that make sense? It's like, the Pope did just confirm aliens existed. I mean, conspiracy was literally invented to discredit people. Yeah, like, that's how... I'm not really well-versed in the art of debate and how to undermine your opponent, but I know there's, like, all kinds of different terms and gaslighting things that you could do to basically, like, you just convince everyone your opposition is an idiot through underhanded means. And then you could get a whole crowd of not as well-educated people in the art of debate to join in at ridiculing your opponent. I mean, there was, someone was once running for mayor, and what someone decided to do to attack this person and get people to vote against them was to reveal the fact that they played World of Warcraft. And so they found her character, and they started, like, using that in their anti-election propaganda for this mayorhood. Is like, do you really want a mayor that plays World of Warcraft as a level 18 orc rogue? And you just see your fucking WoW character just standing there on the poster in the fucking default, like, standing position. It's, like, so fucking funny. Nowadays, like, people would, like, wouldn't care about that kind of shit. But I mean, older boomers probably would, like, oh, I don't want my mayor playing World of Warcraft. That game is for losers. That game is for nerds. Would never trust an orc to be my mayor. they would actually just be like Lord of the Rings fans. It's like anti-orc propaganda. It's not even the fact that she plays World of Warcraft, it's just the fact that she's an orc and she plays as the Horde. But then, as a World of Warcraft player, I was also Horde, but I was Forsaken, so, you know, I was a zombie. We weren't very well trusted by our quote-unquote allies in World of Warcraft anyways. If you remember the Wrathgate incident, that kind of, put us under. In terms of, like, yeah, we also, like, started out with neutral reputation with basically the rest of the people that were supposed to be our allies in World of Warcraft, so we weren't even when trusted, we weren't really trusted. Always some, underhanded shit going down in, the Undercity. Would you trust a Forsaken player as your mayor? I hope not. They really fucked up Sylvanas' character later on in World of Warcraft really bad. Pretty much at this point retcon the whole Wrathgate shit, I'm pretty sure. He's only level 18? It wouldn't even matter. It's like she could be like max level or whatever. But they would always point out like irrelevant shit like that, which made it funnier. Like she's level 18 or level 36 or like... Is the number supposed to convince me that, oh, she's just a noob? Like, if like, oh, what, the person who wants to run as mayor is only level 18, that means she doesn't play World of Warcraft a lot, so, maybe she would actually be good at her job since she's not really that dedicated to the game. Do you really want to, like, have the person who hoops in a sock and does high-end raiding, be a mayor for your town? I don't think so. It's more of a red flag if she had a max level character, is what I'm trying to say here. Let me see. World of Warcraft. A person running for mayor played World of Warcraft. Yeah. I found it. I found a picture of her and her orc. She ended up winning the, whatever election she was a part of, so it worked to her benefit. But here she is, and here's her character. I don't think that's a level 18 orc, but, like, yeah. That's, like, funny. Being a gamer does win. Do you really want an N10 toddler running this country instead of a PC master race? Bing bing wahoo! I'm gonna crash the economy. Let's see. Maine's GOP had accused Lauschewitz, a 48-year-old healthcare worker, of living a bizarre double life and set up a website reviewing her participation in World of Warcraft. Is the website still up? I don't think it's like, this was like back in 2012. No, the website is not up anymore. The Maine GOP had hoped the World of Warcraft outing would sour people on her as a candidate. It seemed to have the exact opposite effect. Gamers had a win for once. I'm not gonna dive too much into the rest of it, because I guess that is kind of political territory, but it's just funny that they try to use someone's World of Warcraft character as a smear campaign. Okay, let's go get our mystery box. It could be anything, even a mystery box. Garbage. What's the least ugliest thing I can upgrade? Yeah, sure. Man, still didn't get her golden badge. How many more did she glitched or something? Haven't got her golden badge yet. I will intervene. Yeah, based. Not gonna do anything. I feel so sick. I'm seeing so many fucking Sigma memes. I want to fucking get a spoon and carve my own brain out. I should probably actually go to the order sector, put in my order before the reset happens. I look forward to the distant future of gamers running for president and having campaigns and debates where they're shit-talking each other's taste in games. I mean, yeah, that would actually make politics very interesting for me. I'm like, alright, who says Stretch Panic is a bad game and who says Stretch Panic is a good game? This is very crucial as to who earns my vote. That's not very skibbity of you, Rick. Shut up. That's another reason why I'm like, yeah, just let the world end. Don't even save it. This world is not worth saving. I've been looking at, like, schizo memes and 21st century humor, and it's basically proving that I am a fucking alien in this world. I have no sense of belonging. I feel like some weird intergalactic species is spying on the Earth. I'm not like, I don't understand any of it. Quite truthfully, it scares me, it frightens me, and I think maybe, just maybe, we should invade or like drop a nuke on it. The entire universe might be better off without it, you know? Am I just a psycho? If I get elected, I will ban mobile games while putting funds toward reputable indie devs. Nah, if I got elected, I would just ban Sony. Sony is releasing Ghost of Tsushima on PC. So, once more, Sony exclusivity stays losing. Square Enix also, lost like nearly 70% in their stock value. And they announced that they're going multi-platform. Whereas most people would say, weren't they already multi-platform? It's like, no, not really. Most of their exclusivity was still on like Sony consoles, and we know that hasn't been going well for them at all. But this just means that when they release video games, there will be less exclusivity overall. They will just be multi-plat from the start. You won't have it be PlayStation exclusive and then released for PC as a Epic Game Store exclusive. And by the time 2 years have passed, you'll finally be able to buy it on Steam, the only actual fucking PC gaming platform that matters. It's like, they were pissing everyone off for a while, because it's like, oh, Kingdom Hearts on the PC, but it's Epic Game Store's exclusive, so no one wants to use Epic Games. Epic Games fucking sucks. And Final Fantasy XIV is, I think they already got the Xbox port, so now Xbox players could join us in Final Fantasy XIV. Which took years and years, but like, goddamn, why did it fucking take so long to get a fucking Xbox version of the game as well? More like epic limes. Oh right, it's low tide. I'm like your stereotypical vile gamer gremlin. Maybe that's why people don't like me. I'm too real of a gamer. I'm like that awful comic book nerd kind of stereotype, but with like video games. You actually have to like a vile person to like a gamer. Ah, shit. It didn't hit the balloon. Why is no one turning in the eggs? Oh, because there's a fucking big shot. Of course, everyone has to go for the fucking big shot. That's why. Everyone wants to fire the silly cannon. No one wants to actually fucking deliver the eggs. You always have people who don't like you for something. Can't please everyone. Yeah. Sometimes you can just reveal that, oh, I played World of Warcraft and people just won't like you. That reminds me of a old friend I used to have that really hated World of Warcraft. And, you know, despite not being a stupid idiot boomer, really sure acted like a stupid idiot boomer. They would read news articles being like, World of Warcraft guilds are comparable to gangs, and she would be like, yeah, this is another reason I don't like World of Warcraft, because people make guilds, and then they act like gangs, and then they harass people, and it's like, are you a fucking idiot? Yeah, yeah, you were, but like, still. I was like, that's so stupid. Are you fucking listening to yourself right now? My troubled history of like trying to explain to people that like, the World of Warcraft stigma wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. Ugh, you play MMOs? You're a lifeless loser. Fast forward the modern year, everyone's playing MMOs, everyone's playing gacha games. I think being a gacha gamer is probably a step below being an MMO player at this point. But like, a lot more things have become okay to do. You make fun of a gacha gamer and like, a million people will step in. Whoa, whoa, cool it. They deserve to exist. Why are you icking their yum? You know, stuff like that. What's that stupid term? Don't yuck their yum. It's like, no. I'll do that as much as I want. People made fun of me for playing MMOs. Why is it suddenly, like, not okay to make fun of people for, like, the things that they choose to invest their time in that people know are generally unhealthy and not very, good for them? You know. Like that one meme where, well, basically any meme where it would be like comparing something mildly bad to something, very bad and treating it as like the same thing. Like, ugh, I'm not gonna pay $15 a month to play an MMO. You don't even own the game. But then it's like, fast forward, and the people saying shit like that are like dumping thousands of dollars into rowing for a PNG of an anime girl in a gacha game. And then like, those games close, or like, their service ends after a year or two, and then suddenly like you watch like thousands of dollars that you spent to get those anime girl PNGs like completely disappears with nothing to show for it. Is it really that much different from an MMO, if not worse? Because at least MMOs usually last a little bit longer. It's always morally justified to make fun of people who play gacha games. Can no one, like, fucking agree on who the fuck should pilot the goddamn thing? At least take out one of those baskets. I don't care about getting killed. Please, 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 fucking revive me! What are you doing? This is a good shift, I heard. Why is everyone playing like fucking buffoons? Oh, here comes the salt. Here comes the salt. These guys don't even have a fancy suit. Get away from me. You don't deserve to be my teammates. You don't have the koi suit. That's 2 wipes at like round 2. I need some Mountain Dew. I need to be the stereotypical gamer that I am. Ah. So yeah, I have justified my reasons why, people are just dumb. You go watch someone burn away their life savings on a gacha game and people will defend that, but like 20 years ago, if you say, oh, you should play World of Warcraft with me, someone will be like, ew, I actually have standards. Those games are awful and predatory, and like, you're gonna waste your life playing games like that. And it's like, huh? I just want to play a social video game with you. Why are you finding every reason to like make fun of me and make me feel bad about what I enjoy? And then those people like so-and-so grow up and they get more mature. And then they're like, oh, well, gacha games aren't that bad. It's their money. They could choose what they want to do with it. It's like, huh, you didn't have that attitude like 20 years ago. I don't know. I don't forget shit like that. Like, gacha games are a vice, and everyone has a vice nowadays. They need that dopamine. A lot more video games out there also just kind of suck ass too, so they aren't supplying the dopamine that they need to supply anymore. Didn't want to take an egg with me, but oh well. This is one of those dodge ones. It's the rapid fire burst as well. I wonder if it still counts towards your grand total of kills if you kill them after the wave has ended. It still rewards you with the egg, so it has to count. Okay, one of these waves. Yeah, am I salty that people used to treat me that way? Yes, definitely. Definitely. There's nothing more like that I despise about people acting like they have changed. But you know just how shitty they used to be and act towards you. That's not to say people can change. It's more so to say that like maybe people are a lot more defensive because a lot of the people that used to bully them often are the people pretending to be better nowadays. This brings up another thought I've been having lately of like, you know, a lot of the successful people in the world got there doing a lot of illegal shit and basically just taking advantage of others. And basically, a lot of that stuff you can't really do anymore. But then those people that used to do all that nasty shit. Okay, say you're say there's a bunch of guys that basically run a podcast and used to make videos just harassing people out in the streets. And they would appeal to gamers and just, you know, be general nasty people. And people liked them, people would support them, people would throw money at them. And then they start getting political, and then they start making fun of the same people that they appealed to. And it's like, wait a second, aren't you the same guys that would act like assholes and treat people like shit 10 years ago? And now you're trying to act like you have any sort of moral high ground? Does that make any sense? Probably not, probably not. I just kind of find it annoying that, like, a false sense of maturity that people feel or say that they at least go through, when in fact they're, you know, the entire reason why you had any spotlight or presence or celebrity status is by doing the same exact shit that you point your finger at others and say, like, you shouldn't be doing that. Only I could do that 20 years ago and get away with it and be a super big famous person on the internet. That's my cynical view on it. There's definitely ways I could have, like, explained that better, I suppose. That's just something about the internet that just annoys me when I think about it more and more. Everyone's all for breaking the rules and being as nasty as possible when it comes to furthering themselves in the world. And you know, when they're finally at the top, they look down at everyone and they go, "You're not allowed to do that. That's awful. That's terrible. Only awful people do that." And you're like, wait a second. Didn't you... And you know. You break the rules, establish new rules, so that people can't break those same rules, and protect yourself. That's like a... what is it? I feel like most celebrities on the internet have gotten to where they are at this point. It's a very interesting thing to think about. At least I think so. Anyway, that's like the moment why whenever I see any YouTuber, any podcast, any personality I like start getting political and doing stuff like that, I'm like, alright, get the fuck out of my feed. I'm gonna find someone else. Someone else, someone new or upcoming or never even had that spotlight in the first place, probably deserves it more than a has-been in the limelight. That obviously doesn't respect their fan base or their following, so that they'll just openly mock their fans. Don't support people like that. Am I talking about Drake? I don't know who the fuck Drake is, honestly. It could literally be like anyone. In this case, I guess, yeah, I'll just fucking say it. I'm talking about, like, Super Mega. You know, they just make video gamer videos where they go out into the general public and harass people and be a fucking nuisance. And then they make a video, like, making fun of people that are, just, not okay with censorship or whatever. In, Stellar Blade. Which, you know, it's not a lot, but it's still censorship. And anyone defending censorship is honestly fucking lame in my book. So Super Mega, like, makes one of their, dumb little videos where they're making fun of, the gamer culture of, like, ugh, they censored this woman character, they made her less sexy by adding a tiny piece of cloth. Ugh, and then, like, a bunch of people on Twitter were going, oh man, I really used to like your guys' videos, but I don't really, like, that's kind of lame, and, like, instead of, like, you know, just ignoring it like any good internet YouTuber, influencer, whatever the fuck they are, they just, like, retweet all these people as to, like, put spotlight on them and make fun of them and sick their entire fan base on these people, and it's like, that's so fucking lame. Holy shit, that is, like, actual has-been behavior. You guys do what, like, fucking nothing? You do a yearly podcast, and a bunch of people pay you money still, for some reason, when you barely put out any content? Because it's like some sort of, like, what do you call that? Sunken cost fallacy? Maybe they'll do more funny video game skits again one day? I don't know. That's like... I just hate it when people disrespect their fans like that. And then they think they're on some high horse where they could just make fun of their fans or, like, use people who used to be fans as a fucking punching bag. It's like, we don't need your support anymore, we outgrew you. And it's like, no, your fan base is shrinking. You gotta realize that. My whole opinion on the Stellar Blade shit is, once more, censorship is stupid. Defending censorship in any way is stupid. I don't care how small the piece of cloth is. The fact that they released a demo and then added a little bit of extra clothing after people already locked in their buys. That's kind of an anti-consumer practice, in my opinion. That's why the fine print exists of not final product and all that, but... It's funny because all the gaming journalists are, like, screaming, like, this is bizarre, this is, like, terrible, this is... And it's like, what? How is this terrible? They like, all they could just do is complain and complain and complain. Oh no, female video game character showing more skin than usual. This is horrendous. This is the worst thing ever. We have matured as gamers. We grew out of this shit when we stopped giving Lara Croft big polygon titties. You know, stuff like that. People are probably, like, gonna listen to this and, like, think I'm fucking lame. Oh well, whatever. It's like, this is my opinion. It's like, it's like, no more fun allowed. These are the people that hate games. These are the people that want to censor everything. You gotta dance on a like, you gotta tiptoe across a minefield. And if you're not gonna do that, you may as well dance on the minefield, I guess. I liked when video games were, like, edgy. I liked when video games were sexy. I liked when they were crude. I liked when they had mean-spirited humor. You don't see that anymore with a lot of games. Everything feels, like, too clean and sanitized and like a boardroom of executives that made every decision. Gamers will always be partially embarrassing to be around. That's the thing, it's like, video gamers were reviled, they were hated. I grew up, like, in times where not a lot of people played video games, and so, obviously, I was, like, the easiest target when it came to bullying someone or just making fun of them for liking video games, because that's like what losers, stereotypical losers did, basically. And so, you know, you kind of... It's for me. I'm like, nah, I don't really forget that. I'll carry that with me to the grave, like how people used to like view playing video games like as being loser shit. Is that immature of me? Maybe. So like video games eventually became a trendy, socially acceptable thing to do, and then like a super big market in which everyone can earn a lot of money. And I think that's like the major problem of why video gaming is as sanitized and not as good as it used to be. That's because once people started smelling dollar signs and everyone started getting involved, that's what started causing a lot of the censorship to happen, a lot of the infighting, a lot of the polarizing topics, people with really bad opinions and hot takes being gaming journalists, and just like trashing on a lot of stuff that, you know, I'm always playing a lot of cool video games that didn't really get a lot of success or spotlight, reviewed poorly, were misunderstood. Illbleed, as an example. People way back when that just wanted an easy paycheck because all they wanted to do was be a gaming journalist and shit talk a bunch of games and compare everything to Resident Evil. Didn't understand it at the time. It's not a bad game, it's actually a really cool, creative game. But because it wasn't Resident Evil, they didn't want to give it a fair chance. It played too differently. They wanted everything to be the same. Everyone was playing Call of Duty while I was on my DS. I had no one to talk to. Yeah. I had all the jocks at my school would call me the typical stuff, you know. I'm not gonna say those words, but they start with G, they start with F. I would get called that all the time for liking video games. And then the Xbox came out, the PS2 came out, Tony Hawk was the big thing, Grand Theft Auto was the big thing, everyone was playing it. And then suddenly video games started being cool. It was like the switch from analog to digital, but with like video games and like culture and how they like saw video gamers and stuff. I grew up playing Nintendo games. I wasn't really like a blood and guts kind of person. Video games weren't really inherently too violent, and the ones that I was playing weren't really violent at all, so. But the media fixated on Grand Theft Auto and all the blood and guts video games. So that's like kind of like what makes me so salty? Oh wow, bucket list is first. But we're pretty close in second. Can't let Frye win this one. Gil Bleed is too different, Carrier is too derivative. Yeah, they just really didn't know what they wanted. Yeah, we had stuff like G4 TV, also propagating like bad opinions about JRPGs. It was like very obvious that like Japanese companies weren't paying them to write good reviews. And so they would like just trash on Japanese companies and Japanese games. Because that was like the easiest low-hanging fruit of like, oh wow, Japan's so weird and wacky, they're so different from us. Let's make fun of them for it. Let's actually be, you know, let's be racist. Let's be abhorrent. Let's be edgy and mean-spirited, not in a good way. And that was G4. And look at where G4 is now. Meanwhile, a big part of G4 had a complete, absolute fucking melty on Twitter recently. And, I think he's fucked off for good. But, like, basically, dude just fucking hates gamers. And, it just goes to show, like, a lot of these people that you thought were, like, well, a lot of these people that kind of, like, acted as a face for video gaming culture didn't actually care about it at all. They were just awful people doing shit for a paycheck. They didn't care what they were doing as long as they were, like, paid. And that's just, like, that was the kind of culture that, like, as soon as, like, video games started being trendy, that's, like, what perverted the image of, like, what gamers and video games were about. Just awful people like that. Probably not a fun topic to listen to as I stream, I guess. I do think about this stuff a lot, though, like... A gamer never forgives, and a gamer never forgets. I'm cringe, I'm edgy. It kind of wraps back around to like the whole like point of like people making fun of like what other people enjoy, and like I'm making fun of people that like gacha games, when like gacha games are basically like Coomer shit, where obviously they're all the anime girl PNGs that you're spending thousands of dollars to get are entirely because of like sex appeal and people playing waifus and stuff with that. And, you know, that's okay to do, but, like, you have a AAA video game for, like, a home console with, like, an actual story and all that, and, like, you can't have a girl be sexy, but people draw the line at gachas, or it's like, it's okay to do it there. Like, I'm like, huh, wait, what? Huh, why? Why is that okay, and then why is the other thing not okay? Why is this game that, after 20 years of existing and getting a remaster, they're suddenly censoring things and, like, basically making the boob size of a female character, notoriously known for having big boobs, bigger? Why are they making their boobs smaller now? It's stuff like that. It's like... I could, like, you know... In which case, I guess Final Fantasy VII would be the reference for that. Because that actually was a thing where Tifa's boobs are so big that they talk with, people on how to, like, make them smaller, essentially. And while Square Enix themselves keeps making gacha games and mobile games that they shut down, in less than a year because it's the easiest money they can ever make. Get people rolling for waifus and stuff like that. Like, it's so insane to me that these people are just, like, gonna play both ends. It's... God damn it. I'm too much of a wallflower to give a hot takes. I need your cynical views for perspective. Develop your own views. I always tell everyone, develop your own views. Don't listen to YouTubers, don't listen to... don't listen to fucking internet, quote-unquote, influencers. Make your own opinion a lot of the time, basically. It's the best thing you can do. Play video games for yourself. Come to your own conclusion. If video game is good, don't trust a guy who's paid to tell you a video game is bad, because chances are he didn't get paid at all to write that review. Or at least... he got paid chump change, and so basically he's like, alright, well, they didn't buy my words, and I'm highly influential. I'm someone. People listen to me, so if you're not paying me the good paychecks, I'm not gonna give your good a game review. Hehehe. That's how the entire industry basically works. I'm pretty certain at this point, like, it's very obvious. A lot of people who get paid to review video games don't actually enjoy video games or play video games. We have the infamous Cuphead tutorial video for that. Was there the other one with Doom as well? And the ancient party babies for the Wii versus God Hand reviews from IGN, which at least 10 years, 20 years later, they rectified that by making a video apologizing for, like, how they completely dropped the ball on that, and that God Hand is actually an amazing game. Which, they're forgiven for that, but it's still funny it happened. I could disagree with you, but I'm not gonna fight you over it. It's your fucking opinion. I'm not gonna treat some dude being paid to barely touch video games any better treatment. Yeah, I mean, I'm someone that has enjoyed video games. I've played video games my entire life. I had a very diverse upbringing of playing all kinds of different video games. When I was a kid, basically, I had to rely on a lot of magazines to even get exposures, because, like, the internet wasn't really too much of a thing as it is now. You would go to a rental store, you would see a video game with a cool cover, you would look on the back of the box and read about the little video game a bit, and you would basically rent something and be stuck with that for a weekend. And so that's like how I played a lot of, like, very diverse video games. I played mature games, I played games more for, like, kids, I played games that were just for everyone. Different genres, different play styles. Like, as a kid, I basically learned that, like, not all video games were equal. They were all very different, and they all shouldn't be held to the same standards as, say, a masterpiece, basically. That's like going to an art show, and the Mona Lisa is there, and it's surrounded by a bunch of drawings that 5-year-olds did. Then everyone's like, oh my god, the rest of these paintings fucking suck ass, but oh my god, the Mona Lisa is so good. It's like, yeah, not every game is gonna be fucking Legend of Zelda. Not every game is gonna be Mario. Not every game is gonna be Final Fantasy. You're gonna have your Mr. Mosquitoes. You're gonna have your Illblades. You're gonna have your Pen Triicelons. You're gonna have your Blue Stingers. You're gonna have your Mad Panic Coasters. Like, a lot of games are obviously gonna have less of a budget, or not as strong of a development team behind it, but they're still gonna make fun games. They're gonna make stuff that is visually interesting to look at. Stuff that deserves to exist. We've lost that middle market where people could just, like, produce anything they wanted and be experimental with games. You either now just have indie devs or AAA schlock. And that's what, like, saddens me a lot about modern gaming, is just what I liked about video games feels like it has completely disappeared. I want to go back to those years where we just had more experimental games coming out of smaller dev teams, and like there were still like big companies funding these smaller projects enough to get them off of the ground, so that they didn't, you know, have to be an indie dev that was like making the same game for like 10 years and then it gets released on Steam and like people talk about it for a month and forget it. Or like, you know, games as a service, like something just has to keep getting updated through DLC to stay relevant, and they're not allowed to move on to a new project either, because like their main project hasn't broken even. So I don't know, the gaming scape, it's like there's more games now than ever, but it just feels like none of them are worth like remembering or like talking about. It's like anytime I find something that interests me, like it's very rare and pleasant, and I like it a lot. I mean, I'm still excited about Gory's Cuddly Carnage that is coming out in, what is it, August, I think is what they said the release date is. That's a game that visually interests me. Looks like it's fun, looks like it's unique, it's trying something new. Push back the hands of time, I wish. I've gone into my gamer rants, my unhinged gamer rants. I understand I'm a minority in my feelings on video games, basically. And what I like is never going to be popular ever again, probably. But I can at least take some solace in knowing that right now there's a massive streamer boom. There's a lot of people going back and playing retro games, and a lot of people realizing that how good retro games are. The general public, you know, they're gonna continue playing their sloppa of the month. They're gonna continue playing gacha games. The market is always going to be geared towards the people that are willing to shill out the money for it. And that's why things have gotten so bad, so predatory, so... standards have gotten so low. And I'm just gonna be that, like, asshole gamer in the corner, like, yeah. Things aren't as good as they used to be. I feel justified in saying that, but, like, that's why I'm at least happy people are going back and experiencing old games again. That there's still some hope. That people will realize how good a lot of these old misunderstood games actually are. That's a nice little banner. Okay, let's do some Tricolor Battle. There's also a lot of games that I feel like I would have hated at the time, like, not gonna lie, because Grand Theft Auto and Tony Hawk were like the hot shit, and everyone that previously bullied me over liking video games were so fascinated with those games, and like that's what got people into gaming, and like it seemed like everyone I hated at the time enjoyed those video games the most. So by default, like, I tried them, but I didn't really enjoy them. But I think because like I just had that stigma of like, these are the same games, that suddenly the people that hated video games like video games, and so that like robbed me of my ability to enjoy them at the time, and so I didn't really focus on playing games like that. If I were to play them now, I'm pretty sure I would actually enjoy them. This looks like a fun stage to have for the Tricolor battles. Ah, fuck. Ambushed from the side. Yeah. But is this map actually gonna play fun? Is like the major concern now. It seems like a defending team has a huge advantage here because of how open this map is. It's like it's probably the biggest Tricolor that we've had. But yeah, I'll call a truce for some of those games and eventually maybe give them a try and whatnot, because I don't know. Modern Grand Theft Auto, like, it still seems like it attracts that audience that I don't quite like. But the older Grand Theft Autos are probably like, you know, still good games at their core. And they did a lot of good stuff very early on. But like a lot of trend chasing and bad practices followed later on. Because yeah, everyone started focusing on needing open world games. Everyone wanted to go where the money was. They wanted to copy those developers, those video games. This is either a really good defending team, or like, this is just a really bad map for attackers. Probably just like a really good defending team, because goddamn, I can't fucking live for more than 5 seconds. But yeah, it's nice to see people experiencing old video games for the first time and enjoying them. For me as a streamer, a lot of it's going back and like revisiting these games, and you know, I could kind of give people my perspective of someone that's old and crusty and been a fan of these games for a long time. Is that particularly exciting or good? Probably not for a viewer. I don't know. Like, my tastes are very different when it comes to streaming. That is definitely not a win, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it is. That felt like such a loss, though. We still have a long way to go. Hopefully I haven't exhausted topics to talk about. But I am being a bit of a toxic gamer, so I could like rant about this shit for hours. There's still so many video games I want to play. But like, I just need to like play them. I need to play them. Splatoon is always my most unhinged streams, yeah. My brain empty, or no, brain full, brain vomit game. Anyone's whose first impression of me as a Splatoon stream, probably not gonna like me. Does they get to see me at my most toxic? Not at my most, passionate. That's a waste. Fucking hell. Does the area under the stage even count for, like, points? Hard to calculate it, because, like, still everyone's, like, going and, like, still covering ground. That number is always fluctuating. I just gotta be super aggressive and push into the enemy territory. As long as you don't drop slurs or get mad about women, you should be good. I mean, me defending half-naked women in video games is probably somewhere on that. I don't know. I don't know where that, like, people's respect lies and that kind of stuff. So I feel like, oh, I have a problem with, like, censorship in video games. And, like, them covering up women's titties in remasters. Or, like, reducing their breast sizes. And then someone as a reply against you will basically call you an incel for feeling that way. But, like, they're the ones making it sexual. Because, like, what? Isn't the whole, like, insult of being an incel, like, being incelebratory, or, like, you can't get any sex or any action, so, like, they're the ones putting value into virginity and whether or not you are having sex. So, like, isn't that kind of, like, ironic in a way? God damn, we got fucking demolished. This is definitely a bigger map. You get what I'm saying, though, don't you? Like, the people that are basically directly insulting someone and calling them an incel for complaining that, oh, the video game girl doesn't have big boobs. It's kind of like, wait. Are they respecting the women more than you? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I know the Dokapon Kingdom, which is a game that I'm never gonna play. Don't ever try and invite me to a collab for that game. I will politely decline. But I know that, like, Dokapon Kingdom is a very beloved game. The original version of the PS2 one got a remaster for modern consoles, or at least the Switch. And they actually removed the battle bikinis that some of the characters had. They covered up some cleavage of some shop NPCs and everything. And I think that's fucking lame. I think that's lame. Honest 100, that's lame as fuck. I know Pocky and Rocky reshrined. The remaster, well, it's more of a complete remake from the grounds up. It's not really a remaster, but a remake. They censored some cleavage from the characters in the official art and all that in the American release, and I think in sprites too, maybe? I'm not too sure about sprites, or if the characters appear in-game as, like, their censored versions, but, like, one of the characters is, like, basically a sun goddess that used her breast to distract an evil person, I believe, and cause him to lose. So She is basically a character who is about using her sexuality to her advantage to win a war or a fight or something along the lines of that. And basically the American version removed her cleavage and covered her up and added a little bit of extra cloth to hide her boobs. So it's kind of like, huh, isn't that kind of funny and ironic in a way? It's like, as I said, my opinion still stands. Censorship is fucking lame. Being the kind of person that defends any sort of censorship like that is like, it kind of makes you lame. I don't care how cringe people are being. Because everyone's fucking cringe, so who cares? Once they run out of things to censor, they'll just ban video games, honestly. This is the problem with letting soccer moms basically have any control over things. You're letting the Karens win. Fuck you. No. Ah, damn it. Now, if anyone on that edit is like, shouldn't have put it in to begin with if you were gonna pussy out like that later. Yeah. It's kind of like people care more about the rights of characters that are fake and don't actually exist than they care about the rights of people that are real and do exist sometimes. It's like that's kind of the irony in all of this. Mario has more rights than, like, anyone in the world, basically. Bing bing wahoo, man. Mario could be as sexy as he wants. Mario is allowed to show his nipples. Wait, did Mario's nipples get to be shown in Mario no, Mario Odyssey. Odyssey nipples. Yeah, Mario had his nipples in Mario Odyssey. To be fair, they should cover up his nipples. Nah, let the nipples be free. It's very unrealistic, though, that he's not hairy. Any Italian should know. No Italian man is that silky smooth. Yeah, it's hard not to be political as a gamer nowadays, because everyone's like making politics about gaming, and gaming about politics. Which, kinda lame. And I've seen those like memes where it's like, they compare all the old classic video games, like, oh, these old video games are super political, and it's like, Well, yeah, but they were fun. They were actually good games. The political games nowadays, like, you know, they don't even have their video game play as, like, the merit of why you would want to even play them. They're just, like, bad games with equally bad stories. Yeah, stuff like Fallout, stuff like Metal Gear Solid, stuff like Final Fantasy VII. They were always political. They're about war, propaganda. Patriotism. And, sorry, I'm like fucking losing my fucking train of thought here. Shit, what's the word for, like, the planet. Saving the planet. That's like Final Fantasy's big deal. It's like, oh yeah, we're saving the planet's dying, there's a giant corporation sucking up all the aether, and like, fucking people perverting nature and destroying everything. And like, people at the bottom are like suffering and disposable to the people on top. It's like, those are still very beloved games. They had very political plots, but they were presented in a way that was actually fun and interesting. No one was like throwing a fit back then because gamers weren't being called all sorts of nasty shit if they didn't enjoy it by the people who developed the games. Like when you call a bad writer because they wrote something embarrassingly bad and very targeting towards individuals. That Metal Gear is good, why can't you be good like that instead? Yeah, exactly. That's like the best way to fucking put it. These are just good games. Of course people like them. Damn. To these people, video gaming was like at its worst when video gaming was at its best, in my opinion. Video games are actually diverse. You had all kinds of like different styles of gameplay, presentation. To these people, like, just any small microaggression, any small thing could just like topple the entire house of cards to them. And it's like, alright, burn everything down, start anew, remake the game, remove everything that we deem different time, basically, that aged poorly. And it's like, plenty of things, you know, just because they have one or two things that age poorly doesn't bring down the entire experience, you know? But, I mean, what am I getting at here? It's like, yeah, what I consider like when gaming was at its best is just when these people like gaming when it was in its infancy or at its worst to them. And I don't respect that. I just don't respect it at all. If all you're gonna do is remake the game and inject modern politics into it, then like, are you any better? There are people like that. They do, like, you know, they dub anime, they inject current politics into anime. I remember a few of the controversies, and some of them did get rectified, some of them did get removed in later releases. And some of the authors are very displeased in the changes that were made without them knowing. But to the average person, video games are just a stupid toy for man-children, so... I don't have anyone's respect in the first place for enjoying video games and holding opinions about censorship and changes being made and just, like, you know, dog water remasters. I'm actually not really vibing with this map and how it feels to play with Tricolor Battle, honestly, so I might just swap back after this. Ah, shit. If that guy wasn't there, I could have possibly killed that and did a bunch of damage to their base. Alright, I think that's it for me alienating myself and digging my own grave even further than I've already dug with this conversation. Good thing no one watches the Splatoon streams, as I tell myself. 10 years later, they're gonna put me on the gallows. They're gonna behead me. They're gonna hang me. It was nice. I don't know. I'm pretty gamer. I'm pretty sure I'm nah, I'm still smelling pretty nice. I took a shower. I put on deodorant. I took care of myself. I'm not smelling that sour yet. Maybe I'm not as gamer as I thought I was. Scratch his chin. I'll do one more match of Tricolor Battle, and then I'll swap over to... I was doing pretty good with Open. I feel like I didn't play a whole lot of Pro. Depends on what the stages are, actually, that I should check. They're gonna hook you up to the Chinese milking machines? Oh no. Oh no. That could either be a good thing or a bad thing. What am I being milked for? For my demonic ink, of course. Oh no! It's gonna be like that, the Teen Titans Go to Tokyo movie. Where they hook the mangaka up to the printing machine and all of his creations are being perverted and turned in, like... That's a very interesting movie when you think about it. But it's like social commentary on like how mangaka are treated like such fucking shit. And like they go their entire lives basically being a slave to making these manga. Which is why no one could compete with them. The American comics industry is like so fucking dog shit. And basically creators are working themselves to death in Japan to make the mangas. And like they're starving themselves, they're getting not paid so well. They're spending so much time indoors that they don't see friends or family or go get out to enjoy their lives. They're creating like really great comics and stories and everyone loves them. At the same time, like these poor mangaka are basically just destroying themselves. Like the Teen Titans movie like actually fucking understood that. That's what they were going for with that angle. I'm pretty certain, unless like maybe it was just a coincidence. But no, I think smart people still like made that series. If you want a real hot take, I don't think Teen Titans Go is like as bad as people make it out to be. I think it's just like the overexposure that made people hate it. And people wanting the old thing back when the new thing isn't the old thing, but it's something different entirely. And I think I could just appreciate that too. It's like I don't know. I always say like with Teen Titans Go, the art for it is pretty fucking amazing. The background work, the colors, the character designs, like everything's like actually very nicely done. If you can appreciate it from that angle. The writing for the show, maybe not so much. And at times, like, they do have the weird, like, someone with a fetish definitely wrote this episode. They certainly have that angle sometimes. But I still think that a majority of the people just hate it because for a good while, that was all Cartoon Network would even air. Like how G4, near the end of its life, it became the Cops and Cheaters channel, where they had no original programming that they could fit into their time slots, so they just did reruns of Cops and Cheaters. I was thinking while reading some Hellboy about how people Mike Mignola collaborates with often get tired of working with him and having a breakup with him, but like, those are his characters. If you want to do what you want, you gotta just hit the bricks and make your own thing. Yeah, exactly. Hit the brakes, make your own fucking thing. Don't fucking take a pre-existing character and pervert it into like whatever dipshit stuff you want to like fucking... I hate that with Marvel so much, is like they change all the characters and like the character becomes more of a concept rather than their own agent. I think like they're... Instead of like replacing... Like, I don't know, fucking let Spider-Man just always be Peter Parker. If you're gonna have another Spider-Man, just, I don't know, fucking make a completely different character. Now that, like, the fucking Spider-Man shit is like Spider-Verse, there's a million different Spider-Mans, and everyone wants to do their own take on Spider-Man. Same with Batman, there's like so many different takes on Batman. That's why, like, Western medias and comics is so hard to get into, because there's a million jump-in points, and, like, consistency and continuity is just, like, all over the place, and very unappealing. With a manga, it's very linear. There's, like, a simple story, but a complex story being told, and there's an obvious point where you jump in, and there's so much variety. If you don't like cape shit in America, well, good luck. What else are you gonna go fucking read? It's all superhero shit, because fucking DC and Marvel strangled out all the smaller creators and companies. That's why stuff like Scott Pilgrim became so successful. It was like because it gave people like something new that wasn't just fucking Superman or Batman, Spider-Man, whatever fucking cape shit people wanted. Which isn't to say cape shit is bad, but like they have good comics and all that, but it's like it's just nightmarish for anyone trying to get into it. Like they don't know where to begin. It's so overwhelming. If someone wants to read My Hero Academia, and you know that shit's like so fucking normie for anime standards, everyone loves it. Everyone jumps in on it. The reason why that's so popular is, guess what? Everyone knows where to begin. There's an episode 1. There's a volume 1. It's so easy. That's why it's destroying absolutely every single fucking American superhero comic. I'm seeing like I've seen pictures of how did I not hit that person? Was I aiming for someone on my own? No, I wasn't aiming at someone on my own team. No, the comic store is closing down. And then it's like, here's the Warhammer section. Here's the manga section. It's just empty walls. And then here's the American comic section. And like the walls are still filled with stock. No one wants to buy the American comics because they've just gotten so bad. Beats Joker, but differently. In fact, he actually kills the Joker in this one. Batman would never kill the Joker, but in this volume he does. Bait and switch shit like that. Like, we gotta deconstruct our character and go back on their morals and, like, make them do things that they would never do previously to make people care. We gotta kill Superman. But then we gotta bring him back anyways, because if there's no Superman, then there's no Superman comics. I kinda hate the torch passing trope, too, if I could be quite honest. I'm so tired of, like, so many old, like, franchises feeling the need that, like, alright, well, this old character no longer works, so we gotta replace him with a new character, and then that new character becomes a new superhero. I think that stuff's, like, fucking annoying. Pixar's doing it with a lot of their movies. Like, I was never a big Cars fan, but, like, what, the last Cars movie retired Lightning McQueen and replaced him with some new up-and-coming talent. Which, I guess it works for that, because what, the first Cars movie was essentially doing that, too. Old-timers passing the torch to Lightning McQueen and training him to be #1. And then he passes it on down to the next up-and-coming, like... Fame is, like, fleeting, I guess, so I guess it works in... I guess it works in that case, actually. I just made myself look like an idiot, then. I'm not even a fan of Cars. I don't like Cars. My least favorite of all Pixar movies, honestly. But... I don't know, it's big, it sells a lot of toys, so they just kept making movies and offshoots of it, and people love it. People love it. Let's see. What were you saying? Ultimate Spire actually did the work of killing off Peter Parker and introduced Miles Morales, but no, we gotta bring Miles into the mainstream Marvel universe and have them hang out all the time. You don't want Batman comic numbered, but he beats the Joker. Yeah, it's almost worse than that, Rick. The government cracked down on anything that wasn't cape shit in the 50s, so horror comics, crime comics, sci-fi, all banned. Only cape shit now. It's not enforced anymore, but the damage has been done. Yeah, exactly. The damage has been done. That's why I fucking hate censorship. Censorship exists so that people that broke all the rules can stay at the top and keep people from climbing that ladder up to where they are, essentially. Like, that's like the earlier topic. It's like... everyone in life or status has gotten to where they are by doing shit they're probably not proud of, by breaking rules, by saying slurs, by treating other people like shit. And, you know, now that they're at the top, they're gonna act like they didn't get there by doing that, you know? The tree is there, the roots are rotten, but now, like, you know, no one else could plant new trees. That could be the only tree. If that, like, kind of makes sense in a way. Like, what annoys me so much with, like, that kind of behavior, and, like, how much of life kind of just feels a little bit like a scam sometimes. Like, we're just, like, constantly being censored and are afraid to, like, be ourselves or just talk about the shit we want to talk about because, like, I don't know, society pressure to censor, to conform, to agree with one another. If there's, like, no conflict in life, too, sometimes, you know, then life could just end up being boring as a result. If there's no conflict or love in a story, is it really a story? Or is it just like a fucking, baby cartoon on Nick Jr.'s? That's like one of the points of like the fucking, what is it? Itchy and Scratchy getting sanitized on an episode of The Simpsons. And then they bring in Poochie too. Cartoon characters aren't allowed to be violent anymore. I saw a tweet the other day of like someone trying to find old clips of Tom and Jerry, and they were actually surprised that they came across some racist stuff from like very, very old episodes that were censored out in modern airings of it. And they didn't realize like, what the fuck? Why is there blackface in Tom and Jerry? And it's like, huh, you're new to cartoons, aren't you? That's why I at least appreciate a lot of the older original airings of Cartoon Network, where they had a disclaimer that basically said, these cartoons are products of their time, but rather than change history, we prefer to preserve it. We don't agree with these values, but we feel they have a strong place in teaching history going forward. But by erasing that, you know, that's kind of like trying to pretend that it never existed at all, which is, you know, censorship is fucking lame. Don't do it. Don't try and pretend like something isn't there, basically. Let's see. Self-realization is all part of growth. The fact you're aware is proof you're not stupid. Oh, I took this ladder to get up here, but now ladders are banned. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it, Cole. Because I used ladders means you can't use ladders now. That's like a brilliant way of putting it, actually. I give Adventure Time a lot of shit. Like, I don't really like the show it turned into, compared to like how it started out. But even they like had a segment that was kind of alluding to that as well, where it's like, at first there were no rules, and then there were people who broke those rules, and then they established new rules to prevent people from doing. It's kind of like, yeah, it's like a pretty strong way of explaining, like, yeah, life is kind of a scam, isn't it? The people at the top started making the rules, so the people at the bottom couldn't, you know, do the same shit they did. Is this my most cynical stream ever? Possibly. But it's appropriate considering the theme. Rick, the world is ending. Stop talking about video games. Quit being an edgelord. No. You love Adventure Time? I mean, you can still love it. Don't let my opinion of it. I loved it a lot. I drew a lot of fan art of it. I was like, I loved it when the pilot came out. I just didn't like the direction the series took later on. It kind of like felt like the original writers were all kind of like leaving, and then the newer writers were kind of like injecting a lot of their personal stuff and like art house film things into the series, and it stopped being like a, you know, I like that it was like post-apocalyptic, and that if you saw those little details in the show, you would kind of know, and you could like explain to people like, yeah, it's post-apocalyptic, and it's got a bunch of secret little references that allude to this. And if you notice these details, you're rewarded. But then the show that it became later on was like, they just straight up said like, oh yeah, this is post-apocalyptic, the entire world got nuked. Like, they're telling, they stop showing, they're just telling at that point. And then it becomes more boring because of that. It became too fucking blunt with what it was, and what it was trying to be. It's like, I lost respect for it. It just stopped being fun. Like, it at that point is like, Finn's not a hero. He's just some random jack-off, and they were doing everything that they could to make you dislike Finn and make it, like, the protagonist into somewhat of an antagonist. And that kind of sucked, too. And then, like, the final episode of Adventure Time really fucked Finn over. Like, at some point, it just wasn't allowed to be, like, a goofy little, like, D&D inspired post-apocalyptic, like, weird cartoon series. And it just had to start being about, like, deep trauma and just all kinds of other issues and, like, deep philosophical stuff. And I'm like, this was kind of also supposed to just be a kid's cartoon, keep in mind. So I don't know. I don't know. Fiona and Cake was like a goofy little crazy, like, I like the Ice King development, but like, that's the Frye's dog situation. Like, they started milking that too hard. I feel like if they had just continued on after the Ice King reveal that he was Simon and that he was just driven to insanity and lost everything, I think, you know, just let him still be a comical villain bad guy, but that would just, like, change how people see him. But they just had to have too much character development and lean into that way too much that it stopped being as special. And I think at some point they even, like, reversed his insanity, and his wife came back and she became the Ice Queen or something. I can't fucking remember. It's, like, so fucking weird, but it's, like, it's nice when character development happens but doesn't really go anywhere, but you just know in the background that that character has a lot more going on. That makes them more interesting. Let's see. What was I at again? I'm kind of like in brain off rambling mode. Okay, we're kind of halfway there now. So I am going to finish up with doing... How many... Match menu. 4. Okay, 4 more matches with my buff, and then I gotta eat more food. Oh my god, I can't menu right now. My brain is so rotten. Let's go back to doing some more open matches. I could find the time to watch Fiona and Cake, maybe. But I mean, I've fallen so far off the Adventure Time horse. I don't even know any of the lore. That's also another thing, it's like the Marvel movie syndrome, because Marvel movies ruined an entire generation of media to a point where all shows, all cartoons now have to have a million side series that all attribute to the plot. And if you don't know anything about this one character from like 20 fucking episodes ago in a series that was exclusive behind a streaming service, then you're not gonna understand this little, like they expect... Basically what I'm saying is they just expect you to know all this shit. And if you don't know it, it kind of subtracts from the enjoyment of the thing. We gotta know who created BMO. We gotta know that Princess Bubblegum is a mutation, like, of a giant gumwad creature in the basement of the Candy Kingdom. Which, I'm pretty sure is like, what? That was, in a video game? They made, like, a Adventure Time dungeon crawler that was gonna reveal actual lore that existed in the cartoon or whatever. And it was Princess Bubblegum's origins. I could fill in any lore gap, then that's not fun, because you're gonna stop me and describe to me, like, the lore behind all this, and I'm gonna be like, man, sure would have just been cool if that, like, wasn't even the issue at all here. That's, like, what pisses me off about Adventure Time. Like, that's my entire thing, is, like, it's all, like, tell and don't show anymore. Fucking hell. Well, at least this is my own team, so it doesn't matter. So that's good, at least. Is it another mirror match? Because I'm on the popular team this time, I guess it's gonna be more mirror matches from here on out. I think as a cartoon, regular show honestly aged better than Adventure Time did. The ending kind of sucked though. But it was actually still interesting. For anyone not familiar with the ending of a regular show, they killed off an important character. There's a bunch of crazy shit that happened. Regular show always like made a big deal out of like the mundane, but there's like a human element of regular show, hence the name regular show. But it wasn't so regular, but it was regular enough to be relatable. By the end of the series, like, Mordecai had multiple love interests, and he ended up with neither of them. And in the final shot of the show, it shows all the characters all in their adult life and how they changed and evolved. And it shows Mordecai with this this bat woman and his family of half bird, half bat mutations. And they're like, who the fuck is this character? And that was actually funny and interesting because it's like, yeah, Mordecai didn't end up with any of his love interests that you saw throughout the entire series. And instead, he just met some random girl off screen that you're never gonna know who she was in the many-year time leap that this was. And I'm like, that's actually a pretty ballsy move for a cartoon. They didn't tell you. They just showed you. And, you know, let your mind fill in the blanks. You don't always get the girl in the end. But that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Just something different happened in that time frame that you don't know about. And that's kind of like life. You're like kind of, you know, you're not these characters. You don't need to know everything about their life. You just have to see what you see sometimes. If you notice any small details, then yeah. Another thing. Where would I have that? Yeah, I have the screen cap still. I think it's too late for me to cancel out of the match. But here's what I'm talking about. Oh my god, picture is huge. But yeah, the circled kid implies that Rigby's wife, I forget her name, Eileen, fucked Muscle Man and they had like this weird mutated kid. But it's interesting. It's just like, yeah, who the fuck is that Batwoman? Why is Mordecai, like, he's fucking wall-eyed too? And then, you know, Pops died. But there's a reason why he died. But yeah, very interesting finale for a series, and like, I see a lot of people like reference old Adventure Time clips out of context, and I never see anyone really reference Adventure Time anymore out of context because it's just a very different show. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not that cultured. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out my ass here. Adventure Time just like aged better. In my opinion, and like a lot of cartoons is like, do they age well? Can I still enjoy this like 20 years from now? No. Regular show knew a lot of the stuff it was referencing was kind of like already timeless and like cult classic status and like old outdated media anyways. So there's like a cool novelty in that. You could have gags about things Zoomers wouldn't know about, but like that would actually make them kind of care about the things. Once they learn that it's not entirely just like fantasy bullshit. Does that make any sense? I don't know. I'm kind of rambling like a madman here. I think there's like a Laserdisc episode. I haven't seen all of Adventure. I mean, I haven't seen all of regular show, sadly. But I just know they had like lots of gags pertaining to old nerd culture references, the fucking 80s and 90s movies that not everyone's gonna get. That's kind of like the beauty of it, though. Because if it could still be an enjoyable experience, even if you don't understand what they're referencing or making fun of or like making a gag out of. That's like good writing. Because there's a lot of old cartoons too that reference like fucking movies and pop culture that you don't fucking get as a kid, but like you still enjoy the episodes, and then you grow up and realize like, oh wait, that's a fucking parody of this movie, or they're referencing this or that? Huh. Interesting. I always thought it was original. And then you realize we're creatively bankrupt, and like no one makes anything original anymore. Everything's just a parody of like other people's influences and what they like, basically, kind of. But I did enough damage to their base. It's like how I discovered movies just because certain video games and shit cite them as inspiration. Yeah. But as a 10 times battle, I forgot. Hell yeah. Wow. Caca. Hey, Thick Lofty. We're almost free from this hell. Rick having his gamer rants. Looking at Discord, seeing what's up. So yeah, what has today's topics been about in Splatoon so far? Losing respect for old creators that make fun of their fan bases, censorship, old cartoons, video games, trauma, being made fun of for enjoying video games, and carrying that forward and repeating the cycle. That is the irony about it, isn't it? We could choose to break the cycle or continue the cycle. But then again, this is the Splatfest to do this. Fucking same old, same old. Let the world end. I'm not gonna bother saving the world. The world doesn't need to be saved. We suck. You just got it 100 times and you had the lead. What team are you on, Ema? What team are you on? That still killed you. 2 for 1. give my brain a little bit of time to rest. I'm being quiet right now. I'm in focus mode partially, but also I'm like, oh man, I've been yapping. Thank God I don't have the kind of chat that would just like be wanting to like fight me the entire time about my opinions. I've done a good job at creating a bubble, a hug box of people that won't contest my stupid hot takes. If I were a bigger streamer, I would have, we probably would have had a milkshake duck situation. Wonder what milkshake duck is? Just Google it. He's just a duck that likes milkshakes. But he's also racist. No, it's just like a little comic about a goofy little duck that loves milkshakes, and he takes the world by storm, and everyone loves him, and then 5 seconds later, oh no, an old 10-year-old tweet that milkshake duck made makes him look bad. Then the world suddenly all turns on milkshake duck. Like, ah, that's still a defeat. Damn. No 100 times battles this Splatfest, strangely. Yeah. Delicious Mountain Dew. Ugh. I will never have widespread appeal, because I'm too polarizing of a person, I think, sometimes. I'm on team, try to unfuck what's already been too fucked to be unfucked. Oh, so you're trying to save the world? You're my polar opposite, Ematron. I hope you lose. In a not mean way. I just don't want your team to win. The world is hopeless. Let it burn. Let it burn. I have to play the bit of being cynical, you know? Which reminds me of like that one time 4chan, basically the V board got EA voted the worst country. I mean EA got voted the worst company in America for Time magazine. It's like a bunch of pissed off gamers that just hated EA memed it into being the worst company in America. But then that excluded the BP oil company that also in that same year fucking leaked millions and millions of gallons of fucking oil into the ocean, causing irreparable damage to the climate. But like they were they probably would have won worst company in America had a bunch of gamers not been pissed off and voted for EA. Yeah, it's like funny, but also like tragically fucked up at the same time. How the hell did I kill 2 people? Gamers are a very funny, passionate bunch, that we are. I didn't have a vote in that race, though, honestly. I have good news, though. I just got Team Same at 100 times victory. Did you now? I hope those shifty eyes imply that you actually did lose. Scratches chin. Rubs big belly. Ho 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 ho. Picks the single big dandruff off of his bald head. Pours boiling hot milk on you. None of the weird fucking friends are causing brain rot, making me to say shit like that. Like every time I just saying like random bullshit. We just start like getting into like a cycle of going, and start like doing like announcing roleplay prompts and like disgusting ones. And, like, I don't know what you would call that. I'm just calling it brain rot at this point. Like I said earlier, the most cynical team tends to win anyways. Team Money won the Splatfest, Love lost. They had like the same Splatfest in every other game. Love always won, but then like this is like the first time that Money actually won, I believe. So Splatoon fanbase has drastically changed. A lot of new people have entered it, and they're a lot more cynical than past Splatoon fans. Team Alone won with their funny cum color ink. Trying to think, what other like cynical teams won? Oh yeah, the Zelda Splatfest. Ganon won. I have a feeling that Team Samole is basically just going to be the winners here. Not that I'm playing the win, but it would be nice if I would get a win. Those are two very expensive items, I'm pretty certain. Like, anytime you see a guitar, that's like fucking hundreds of money. Swift item collector. Let me go to the headgear shop. Buy something else. See if I could get that golden badge of flow. Damn, still not a million yet? How? I feel like I should have got her badge by now. We're so back! That's a cool song and all, but I don't give a shit. I got more battles to fight. You see just how shit my aim is. Not that it matters with this weapon, because it's like, the ink spread is so randomized. You really have to like get up on your enemies and like shoot them immediately to kill them. And you gotta like be knowing where they're gonna be moving. And I always have a hard time gauging what the hell my opponent is gonna do in Splatoon. Plus, Ninja Squid is also always a major issue during normal play. You don't have to worry about it during Splatfest, though. No one has that. Take care of myself. Ah, thank you. Sorry, team. You go, you go. Ah. Sorry, I was drinking some Mountain Dew. Sorry. I'll make up for it. I'll try extra hard this round. I'm not a shitter, I promise. I may have the trash can, but I'm not a shitter. create an escape path for us. Ah, shit. Doing pretty good, though. We left a lot of the base uncovered, though. Yeah, thank you for the redeem, Felius. I have a drink Mountain Dew. I'm doing a little bit of stretching here and there. There's no living in that situation. I didn't even know there's an enemy to my side. Ah, shit. Fellow enemy trash can user. I'm like the dredge of the Splatoon society. No one likes the aerial spray users. We're basically lower than dirt. On the social cast of squids and octopi. Trying to like do as much damage as I possibly could, throwing out those fizz bangs. I should have just like focused. We definitely won this though. That's like way too much. Yeah, that's like way too much damage to the enemy base for them to even recover from. Oh, I guess in some sad news of like stuff that happened recently was the Gregory Horror Show creator put out a Kickstarter to help fund the new Gregory Horror Show video game, and then also a potentially 5th season of the animated series, and it failed. It didn't meet the expectations the creator had for it. What I think went wrong with the Kickstarter was it was really confusing, because there were like, when you were donating, you were either donating to fund the game or the animated series. I feel like maybe they should have been 2 separate funds. Because like when you were donating, you could choose like, do you want it to go towards the like... I think the Kickstarter was like a store, basically. Like think of it as a storefront. You would donate to a role that would basically be, do you want the funds to go towards the movie? Here's your rewards. Your rewards will be movie focused. And then if you want to put it towards the game, you will get rewards that are game focused. So you could have got like a little license card that like would have been cool if it were it would be themed after the animated series or the video game, depending on where you basically what tier you basically donated to. But yeah, the Kickstarter failed, so I think he also mentioned it was already kind of done in Japan, at least. Like, this is just localization, so us Westerners just won't get whatever Gregory Horror Show game that this probably is, unless he could probably find some investor. But that's kind of like a sad downer thing, being a pretty big Gregory Horror Show fan. Potentially, like, I don't know if this means that we're not going to get a new animated series as well, but I know it was like he wanted to, I think, use the funds to make a pilot to make the actual series. So that wasn't even a guarantee, probably, that he would have been able to make a a new season, basically, centered around Hell's Chef. Because I think he said, like, the new season of the animated series would be Hell's Chef-centric, and it'll be him and his son. It would be the first time we get to see Hell's Chef being a father. But yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day. I've been seeing a lot more YouTubers like the forgotten Capcom horror video game you never knew existed. So Gregory Horror Show is kind of like having its moment where people are discovering it and being like, oh my god, this is cool. What the hell is this game? This is an animated series? Whether or not I've contributed to shining some light on Gregory Horror Show over the years, like, I don't know. I always say good thing about Gregory. I always share it with as many people as possible. Last Halloween I played the game for you guys. Then I also did a stream where we watched all 4 seasons of the animated series. And I plan to do so again many times in the future, as long as I'm allowed to do so. Didn't mean to do that. But yeah, the age of Kickstarter is basically dead and gone with. Too many people have been, like, burned from Kickstarters that I just don't think people trust kickstarting anything anymore. Which kind of sucks, because, you know, small creators, it existed for smaller creators that couldn't get funding from bigger companies, because bigger companies just want to stick with what IPs they have and not take risks anymore. And so the public could fund things that they would want on Kickstarter, but people betrayed that trust and ruined everything in recent years or past years, whatever it is. So people just have been really burned. And so I didn't really expect a Gregory Horror Show, because it's like already a very niche interest. Oh, that's another 10 times? I didn't notice that. I didn't... Okay. Gregory Horror Show is a very niche interest. It's a very hard sell on a lot of people, but people appreciate it still. They still happen like Batboy and indie comics and stuff, but it's very different now, yeah. The pool of people that actually care enough about Gregory Horror Show enough to give funding for a new game, and that in no way there was whatever the game that they're gonna make it. It's not gonna be anywhere near as good as the game Capcom made. I'm just gonna be bluntly honest here. Like, I'm more of like, I would have preferred the animation over the game, in all honesty. I'm more hurt by the fact that we're just like not getting more Gregory Horror Show stuff, or at least like a localized version that we could play. But apparently the Capcom game, I guess Capcom went to the creator and said we wanted to make a game of this property. That's how it actually happened. It was like Capcom was actually fans, and that's why the game actually turned out as good as it did, because people that were actually passionate about Gregory Horror Show and fans of it wanted to make a video game of it, and they did a hell of a good job. That's like crazy. You wouldn't see Capcom doing anything like that nowadays. They're just the Monster Hunter Street Fighter company and the Resident Evil company. They're 3 holy pillars that keep them afloat. They don't need to make anything else. You're lucky if you get a collection of ROMs of Mega Man games. You're lucky if you get any like thing pertaining to the Ace Attorney series. You'll get like maybe a new Mega Man game, a new Devil May Cry game every 10 or 20 years. Because it's just nothing but Street Fighter and Monster Hunter. Because those are their only games that sell. They have no reason to try and build as many funds off other properties as possible. Because it's just a damn shame. Capcom would always make the best licensed games ever. Just because it was a licensed game didn't mean they didn't have to try. And that's why I really appreciate a lot of like the Mickey Mouse games that they made. I love the Aladdin game that they made. That is still the superior Aladdin game compared to the fucking Genesis one. How did I not kill that bastard? That's some bullshit right there. What the hell? Take that over EA having an internal no road rash pitches rule. What's that mean? I'm actually unfamiliar. I think it's the first time I've heard that. No road rash pitches. What would road rash mean? I just liked when these bigger companies would still like need enough money that they'd go to like someone like Nintendo or Sony to get funding to make a game for them. I mean, well, Nintendo could basically just hire them to make a Kirby game or a Zelda game and they would do it. A lot of Zelda games, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, and Minish Cap were Capcom produced, if I recall correctly. Trying to remember if Kirby Squeak Squad was still HAL or if that was Capcom too. I don't know about Squeak Squad, but still, there was when a company like that could be a support company and like make games for another company, and just still know how to make games. Like they could make some really good stuff. There's a difference between like doing something for a paycheck, but like still also enjoying that thing as you're doing it for a paycheck. If there's no passion in the project, then obviously it's gonna show. They had people that, oh my god, 0.3% difference. If someone's just doing a job for a paycheck, then, you know, they have no passion whatsoever for what they're making. And it'll show in a shitty game that sells like shit. And then they're like, oh, we should have never done this, but we got a paycheck, so... I don't know. It's probably a bad time to talk about this, considering so many studios are getting killed. So many people are losing their jobs, and, like, video games are collapsing, basically. Hi-Fi Rush developers, Tango Works, basically just got shut down by Microsoft right after the next day. Actually, Microsoft was like, oh yeah, we need more smaller companies that would make games like Hi-Fi Rush. And it's like, but you just fucking killed them. You just killed the studio. So it's like, nothing's ever enough. These games are never gonna sell enough for these fucking greedy assholes that own these companies, so... Road Rash was a series EA made, and someone actually told a story about how they had a pitch for a revival, only to learn EA just straight up automatically says no, and everyone is always warned to just not bother. Oh. It's weird. Did they just have something against Road Rash, or is it just like they just don't want pitches at all for like revival of a series? Because like all EA has to do is just make sport games. It's so weird that there's like indie games under these giant companies when it seems like a fucking oxymoron. Like, wow, you need to go through this giant company to make an indie game, and they're gonna market it as, oh, this is an indie game. So it's like, isn't that just a big company corporate game in the same way that like Mr. Mosquito would qualify as a quote-unquote indie game even though it had Sony backing to it? Like, it's just a smaller game in scale. I would call it like maybe an A game, but not a triple A game. Or maybe a double A game. Actually, no, Mr. Mosquito is more of a A game. Single A, not triple A. Basically, like, still good game, but like you're not getting a masterful story. You're not getting a 100-hour RPG. You're not getting Final Fantasy quality hours of cutscenes and dialogue and voice acting. You're getting a game that you could beat in 3 hours. But it's, you know, it's still like, at least it was nice that a company like Sony would give money to a developer to even make something like Mr. Mosquito. Even if it wasn't like the biggest project in the world. But like EA doing that and having the nerve to still say like, oh, it's an indie game, hehe. They could legit just support some old Road Rash games for a few extra bucks and they just don't bother. Then they probably hate the creator then. Trying to think of like what other company like has an old game property. I think Ubisoft and Rayman, they just like hate the Rayman creator, so like Rayman just like gets the short end of the stick. He left Ubisoft too, I think, after a while. But he is just like fucking fed up. And then Ubisoft, as a result, made that animated series and they made him a washed-up has-been. Then he turns into a serial killer at the end. Or maybe not a serial killer, but like a serial shoot. Well, actually, yeah, no, he's still killing people, but, you know. He's killing the bad people that fucked him over, basically. That's some weird meta commentary of just Ubisoft hating themselves. And like the one character that they're really known for, Rayman, is like just treated so poorly by them. It's actually baffling to me, but like at the same time, to me, Rayman is kind of a Scrimblow character, but I guess he is like maybe more popular in Europe. Me as an American, I don't really understand why people liked Rayman, or like, I feel like maybe all the outcry I hear about people loving Rayman were just people that are European. I'm actually kind of confused by it. Rayman never particularly stood out as like a great character, and he had like the Gex problem where no one played Gex 1, they just, you know, they maybe beat the graveyard level, the first world, and then they got to the music world, and then they're like, okay, no, this is awful, this is a terrible game. No one like could ever... The original Rayman was a really hard game. You get to that music world, and then like all the shit is just like too much to deal with. There's stories about the Rayman creator being kind of a prick too, but like it's still their own property, yeah. I mean, even the Smiling Friends episode that came out, the Gwimbly one, that entire episode is basically, I think, a nice jab at the modern video game industry, and probably Ubisoft and EA in general. Or Activision, maybe. I mean, it could really be any of the companies. There we go. Max rank. Did I forget to apply a food buff? I probably did. Oh well. It's all about DLC, live service games. And then by the end of the episode, he just still ends up, the only way he could really be revived as a dead franchise is to be shoved into Smash Brothers. Microsoft is one of those companies now after fucking buying up everyone, and then like, yeah, then they shut them down. They just buy everything up. It's like, they're just trying to kill gaming. They're just trying to kill all creativity in the world. It's kind of like really fucking weird. Buy out all the competition, then kill the competition, and then nothing is left. And then it's just gonna continue happening. Because they got all the money in the world. They're gonna see these small up-and-coming creators and studios. They're gonna buy them up. They're gonna maybe squeeze out one game, then kill them. And then repeat the cycle until people hopefully learn, don't sell out to these giant companies. but people are never gonna learn because, you know, people come and go. There's people in the video game industry that aren't even a part of the video game industry anymore because it's just such a... It's a volatile industry, I want to say. Basically, it's ever-changing. Someone big and... like, not everyone is a Miyamoto, where they're still in gaming from the beginning to the end. There's plenty of people that are like older developers that are just washed up and they haven't made anything new in years. They just fell out of the industry. They don't work in it anymore. They don't make games. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the old devs that worked on Sierra Adventure games for PC stuff, like, they're not a part of the industry anymore, I'm pretty sure. Does, the creator of Doom even still do anything in the video game industry? His property lives, but, like, he's not doing anything. What's it, like, the fucking... He's a gas station attendee pumping gas for cars or something? Let me see. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Here's fucking... Here's John Romero as a fucking gas station pump employee. I don't really keep... Does he make video games anymore? Or like, no, he just sold off his property and fucked off from video gaming and like now he's just like... What does he just do? Go on Twitter and get angry at people and like, I don't know. John Romero, he co-developed the game with one of his kids, I think. Okay, maybe. Like, maybe his kids at least are doing something, but like, I don't know. It's kind of weird because public tastes change so much, and you either change or you get left behind, or you just like forcefully exit the industry. That seems like pretty just sad to me, that like, you could be a huge part of gaming and gaming culture, and that could still happen. It really is just like a very volatile industry. So for every like Miyamoto, there's like 100 other developers that don't get that same sort of legacy, basically. Romero is generally pretty chill. Okay. I apologize for assuming he probably started picking fights with fans on the internet, because like I'm so used to people doing that. It sucks. It fucking sucks. It's like, man, just be nice to people on the internet. These are your fans. Why are you getting political? Why are you losing people's respect? I'm just like so used to seeing that shit, and I'm like, man, why can't people just like chill? Yeah, that's Splatfest. We didn't get no 100 times battles this time around. Weird. Ugh. Alright, well, the house is still slowly burning down. The world's still gone to shit. Here I am just playing video games for you, having the same ramblings that I always have. Yeah, this is pretty much a, I'm late. Yeah, you are, Pokey. You missed literally everything. Don't worry, I have my same old unhinged self that I always am. To summarize it once more, we talked about video game censorship. We talked about old cartoons. We talked about new cartoons. We talked about the failure of the Gregory Horror Show Kickstarter. Washed up internet has-beens that make fun of and mock their fan base, that put them to where they are. I'm so crazy. Yeah. Definitely a stream that I probably lost a lot of people's respect. But joke's on them, you shouldn't respect me. I'm a gamer. Don't respect gamers. Oh yeah, gamer trauma, basically. Growing up, being made fun of for being a gamer. And then gaming being a hip and trendy thing to do. People being shitheads on the internet. The failure of G4. Many a topic. Anyways, time to kick you guys out, I guess. You gotta go survive in that crazy world out there. Go do what you gotta do. Cross some stuff off your bucket list, or maybe trying to save this doomed world. I wouldn't suggest it though. I would suggest letting it all burn to the ground, because that's what this world deserves. Let me see who is currently also doing the same old thing and streaming for you guys. Then I will send you over their way. This has been a very cynical stream. I am so very, very sorry. Oh, Spike's on. I never get to send you guys over to Spike, so... yeah, I'm gonna send you over his way. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for lurking. If you're watching my VODs over on Twitch and YouTube, thank you very much as well. I appreciate all the support. Hopefully next stream I will be less volatile. Beat us to the coyotes. I'm looking a little crispy there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thanks for the positive vibes, Ricky. What positive vibes? There's never... like, I know that's... I know you're being ironic. I'm never positive. I'm always negative. This is why I'll always be a 2-view male streamer. I'm too polarizing. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, have a good rest of your day. Have a good night. It's like only, what, nearly 7 p.m. for me, but for you East Coasters, it's already your bedtime. Go to bed, Grandpa. Eat your Rice Krispies and have your orange juice for dinner. It's bedtime. Hope you remember to take all your pills. Me, this dirty West Coaster, behind the time. Only 7 p.m. on a Saturday night. The night is still young. I get to party all night. You gotta go to bed. Anyways. Enough of me being a fucking shitter. You guys have a good night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting my polarizing stupid ass as per usual. Thank you for humoring me if you think I'm lame. Yeah. God damn, all this fucking screaming. I need to get back in the house. I'm gonna go insane. Take care out there, guys. It's a crazy world. If the world is somehow saved, and I'll see you again next time, I guess. Until then, farewell. Take care. Avoid the coyotes, and keep wandering those wastelands for as long as you can before the scavengers hunt you down. Bye-bye.